Today is Wednesday, June 14th. We're here in the freshly painted and somewhat remodeled City Council chambers at Washington City Hall. Looks pretty good. Thank you, everyone. The paint's nice. The new chairs, they've got to get those broken in a little bit. Before I call for an approval of the agenda, I just want to make note that Councilmember Casperson and myself will be leaving just before 5 p.m. to join the Youth Council at the Covington home. She has a daughter that's on the council, and I've been asked to greet. So I'll turn the remainder of this meeting over to Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Ivey, and task him with finishing at 5:30 on the dot because our next one starts at 6 o'clock. That said, Council, I'll call for an approval to a motion to approve the agenda as outlined.
Mayor, I'll make a motion we approve the agenda as outlined for June 14th, 2023 work session.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor? The agenda is approved. There are two items. We'll take about 30 minutes on the first item, and then we'll take the remainder of the time on the second. But really looking forward this evening to item 2, which is a discussion and review of the Planning Commission applicants. As we posted the notice of the opening and as the applications came in, I asked the city recorder to create a file and for those each to be immediately shared with the council. So those of you here this evening, you can know that your letters of interest and anything else you shared with that have been read. Just so you understand the process, the Planning Commission appointment is made by the mayor with the advice and consent of the council. So part of that advice is, in my opinion, it makes sense to have the applicants come forward and have an opportunity. What I'll ask each of you tonight, and I've got an order here on my agenda, I'll ask each of you to just take about 2 to 3 minutes and introduce yourselves, and then the council would, at their discretion, could ask a few questions for another minute or two. And so there's 6 of you here tonight, and so we'll do that, and then at a future meeting, I will make that recommendation for appointment, and the council will vote on it. There's no need for you to come to that future meeting. The recorder will send a letter out to each of you, letting you know who ultimately was appointed. So, with that said, council, unless there's anything I missed or you'd like to add, I'll maybe move forward. Councilman.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate all the applications. It just means there's lots of people that want to help and serve our community, so we truly appreciate that. So I just want to give my gratitude, and I know the council does too, and the mayor for that.
Yeah, well said, Councilman. Highly qualified, impressive letters of interest and resumes for sure. Okay, the order that we'll go in tonight and will be first, I'll just read them all so you kind of know. We'll go with Bill Baum, Daniel Johnson, David Kilpatrick, Kevin Mangold, Gregory McCombs, and then Jamie Tidwell. And so again, we just really appreciate you being here. Bill, if you'd go ahead and come forward and just give us an introduction of about 2 to 3 minutes, and we'll take a few more with a few questions.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, council members, Jeremy. Great to be here with you this afternoon. Bill Baum, been in the Washington area for 2.5 years. Grew up in Panguitch, so very familiar with Washington County. If we ever wanted to do something fun, we would come to the St. George area to do it. So I appreciate your consideration for this appointment to the Planning Commission.
You've got a little more time, Bill.
Oh, okay.
Keep going.
All right. I've got three boys and 2 grandkids, and they all live up north, and they come down to visit quite often. We've lived in other areas of the country, but when we've been down here, we've had more family visitors here than we've had in any other place. And at one time, we lived just 20 minutes from Disneyland, so they like the Washington County, Washington City area.
Tell us a little bit about your professional background and maybe what you might bring to the
Sure.
The
I'm
Commission.
in construction management. Work for a firm, Cirque Incorporated. We are a construction management firm. I'm currently the director here in the St. George area, and we are managing the work that's being done on the Black Desert Resort project.
Great. Council, questions, comments, interactions with Bill? You can't let him off that
Okay,
easy.
yeah.
So if you're not going to ask something, I will.
What made you want to serve in this capacity?
Great question. I appreciate you asking that because I think it's very relevant to this appointment. I was, just to preface, I was meeting with Blake just recently, and he had mentioned that he's never seen quite the growth or the development in the city quite this robust. And I think everybody in the room here would agree that that's likely not to change. And so I think it's important that thoughtful decisions go into the revision or the creation or the following of the general plan for the city, as well as the understanding of the growth and how we do that. We've got small businesses in our area that need to be protected. We've got developments coming to town that need to be considered. And I think it's not likely, or it's quite likely, that there's not somebody that would be affected by the decisions that the council makes or the planning commission makes that we don't know personally in some way or another. And so it's being fair, honest, and unbiased, I think, is important. And I'd like to contribute my experience and my background in those decisions.
Fantastic. Another question?
Yes, Bill, appreciate you being here tonight. Would you just share what your thoughts, ideas, opinions are about private property rights, property right or development rights?
That's probably a very touchy issue, I think, in my experience with entitlements and other entities. Land use and zoning is probably quite critical and one of the most important decisions that the Planning Commission considers in their evaluations. And so I think, as I mentioned, we've got people that have been here for quite some time, and they need to be protected with the growth of the city. And so thoughtful understanding of their concerns and their ideas and hearing them in the public comments and the meetings that we have will be very critical to the decisions that are made in the Planning Commission. So I think it's by a case-by-case basis on what's probably best for the city and all the residents, but it likely affects some people in adverse ways, and trying to mitigate that would be important.
Well said. Thank you. Any final question?
Yeah, just one. As you've lived in other places, you now live in Washington City. That's echoey on my side. 2.5 years. What have you seen in other cities that you would like to see done differently here in Washington City to make us better?
I think the city is growing and becoming kind of it obviously is a destination area for people. So to keep that, to keep the draw that brings people here, it's just the hospitality, it's the outdoor activities, it's just the nature of being in a place where it's different from a metropolitan kind of zone. I was in Denver, Colorado, working with the city and county of Denver for the entitlements of the National Western Center and the renovation of that project. And, it was important that they created public spaces, that they created opportunities for people to come and enjoy themselves that would be drawn into the city. But also there were local communities in there, neighborhoods that had to be protected as well, that surrounded that area. And to encroach on them or to affect them adversely was thoughtful consideration during the conceptual understanding of what the development and renovation would look like and how to enhance those communities with educational efforts or amenities on the project that would be a benefit to them and their neighborhoods. So I just think that's important that those things are considered, as well as how to lift up our current neighborhoods and build them up, as well as bring growth to the city.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your consideration.
Daniel Johnson.
Mayor, City Council, Mr. Red, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here tonight. My name is Daniel Johnson. I've lived in the Southern Utah area since 1993. Moved to Washington in 2008, so I've been a resident of the city for 15 years. I'm grateful to be here. Washington is a beautiful city. Some of my grandchildren live within the city area, and it's been a benefit to be involved in sports programs, other things with them. I've married, have 5 children and 9 grandchildren. I'm a real estate appraiser by profession, have been for about 45 years. Background is in primary valuation, obviously, but also I've been quite involved in land use planning, zone changes, valuation, how it affects property valuation, and appraised from conservation easements to cell tower easements to residential, commercial land, industrial buildings. I just feel the background in that and understanding how the plans are laid out with that experience would help give maybe a little different perspective to the city council, the mayor.
Thank you, Dan. Questions?
Well, I liked Councilman Martinson's questions, or the question that he asked to the last candidate. What are some of the things that you'd like to see in Washington in the future, or maybe some changes, things that we could do differently, things that you think have been done well?
I don't really have any major criticism. Matter of fact, I came to the Planning Commission meeting last time, and they've made a change for some of the open spaces, which I thought was a great change. Areas that are not yet developed, their new determination. I honestly believe, I wish the gate would have closed when I got here in 1993, and it's changed a lot, but it's changed in an amazing way that's not all negative. There's been a lot of good things that have come out of the people that have moved here. Hopefully, I've contributed myself to that. I'm a strong believer in private property rights. However, I want to see a balance between property owners and the city, make sure that properties are properly planned for traffic and other major issues that could come up. I'm a firm believer we have to manage growth. It's going to come, it's going to be here. How do we manage it and maintain the quality of life that we have here?
One more question.
Mr. Johnson, are you still working as an appraiser?
Yes, I am.
Well, that's good, because I heard your name last night at a board meeting I was in, so I wanted to make sure that was...
That doesn't count as a question. Any other questions?
Okay.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you for the opportunity.
David Kilpatrick.
I have a few notes here, if hope you don't mind. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is David Kilpatrick, and I've lived in Washington City for about 3 years now. I'm a property owner, of course, and as well as a rental. I also own a rental property about a block away from here, so that's convenient. And so, I'm also a business owner. My background is an architect. I'm a licensed architect in the state of Utah, California, and New York City. And I've worked as an architect for 30 some years. And so, my background as an architect, I've worked for developers, I've worked for contractors, I've also worked for owners as well as an architect. So, my approach and my view on things is to try and understand, how different people approach what their needs are, so there's just never any one answer that fits all. So you really have to try and understand where everyone is coming from. Let's see. I have a lot of experience in building codes, planning city codes. Right now I own and operate a tax advisor service. So I'm also a business owner in the city. So I work as a licensed architect, but I also own a tax advising service. And yeah, that's about it.
What questions do you have?
I've got one, Mayor.
Please.
So I've been doing a lot of thinking about zoning and land use designations and stuff like that. Would you do, seeing knowing our zoning regulatory, our zoning laws, our ordinances, all of that, would you like us to do anything different? Would you see us doing anything differently to try to potentially simplify that for a developer coming in?
That's a tricky question, right? because I don't know that I mean, my standpoint, it looks like developers can, have a lot, I don't say a lot of leeway, but, it seems like that there's a lot of dialogue between the city and the developers right now. One of my buddies that I know, I think is already on the planning commission. He's the owner of Alcoa Construction, Corey Anderson. And he and I belong to the same business group, and he was the one that recommended that I, take a look at this, I thought the seat was available, and see if I was interested in that. Zoning code it's a tricky thing, right? Because I've looked at the New York City zoning code, and it's like that thick. So by comparison, the Washington City zoning code is, I'm sure, a lot simpler. So I'm not sure if that really answers your question.
I guess what are we doing in play right now so that we don't end up like New York City zoning code?
I'm going to say multifamily housing, I think is important to increase some of the density in some areas. There's a lot of empty lots. So a couple of things in the city that I've noticed, so my office for my business is in St. George because I haven't been able to find a commercial space in Washington City. And that's, I would love to be here. I don't want to have to be traveling over to St. George every day. And there's a lot of open land here that I think could be developed for that. There's also, I think, a need for multifamily housing, more of that, closer to accessible transportation. So,
Great points.
okay.
A final question?
I got an easy one. What's your favorite part about Washington City?
What's my favorite one?
Your favorite part?
Welcome to the meeting, Councilman Cole.
Don't worry, I'll get into it
I
later.
know you're just.
The Virgin River Park.
Oh, no, you he designed that park.
No, I didn't.
If ever something felt like a loaded question.
Well, I didn't know he was going to say it, but
No,
I'll take the compliment.
No, seriously, it's funny.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
All right, Kevin Mangold. Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Mayor, City Council. So it's just about me. I lived in Southern Utah for 2.5 years. I lived in the city for a year now, and we just love it. I have a son who's 15. I've been married for 20 years. My occupation right now is a Vice President Communications for Delta Health Coaching. We service all the Balance of Nature customers. What else? I don't know what else I could say.
Questions?
Well, Kevin, I think we've talked a lot about zoning.
Yeah.
So give us your thoughts on zoning and kind of the role as a planning commission member. Those are, we lean heavily on our planning commission member to go through the process and understand that. And so give us your feedback on some zoning and regulations that way.
Sure. I don't have a background in construction or engineering or anything like that, but the last few cities I lived in, I witnessed a lot of I would call poor planning. And as a matter of fact, I ran for office for the Mojave Water Agency back where I lived, and I didn't win, but I did get 1/3 of the votes, so I was happy with that. But anyways, I saw a lot of the, I would say, mismanagement of the water, and it took a lot of, about the planning with that. I know there's multifaceted parts to it, and I lived in the community. I wanted to, have my 2 cents in because my family was part of that community, and it's the same thing here. I moved here, and I just love the opportunity to live in Southern Utah, so we can actually have freedom, that we can actually have family and faith. Those are really the three core principles that really drive me to pursue, something like this.
I appreciate you being here. I know in your letter you talked a little bit about preserving our hometown feel.
Yeah.
Talk about that a little bit. That's important to me, so.
Oh, good. It's important to me because I want to make sure that it doesn't turn into some other places I lived where it didn't have that hometown feel, and I know it was really just a lot of the special interests that were making those things happen. I saw that with the water agency. I really investigated and found out they were doing things that were just really not, for the best interest of the people or for the city itself. And so that's what I would bring to the table for the Planning Commission, be able to, I'm a vested interest in my family and my community, and be able to have that viewpoint rather than more of a special interest.
Well said. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Gregory McCombs. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and we'll ask you a few questions.
Hi, I'm Greg McCombs. I'm a retired structural engineer. I first came to Utah in 1980 when I was stationed at Hill Air Force Base. And I really liked it. And then during my engineering career, it really slowed down. I'm actually grew up in California. Really slowed down, so I moved back up here in 2005, I believe, and I worked in Salt Lake City for a structural engineering firm. And then moved down here 5 years ago. And like I said, I'm retired. The things that I'd like to see going on in Washington City, I would like to see the downtown develop so we have something similar to St. George, but not exactly like St. George. I think we can improve on some of the weird stuff they have going on. Like multi-story commercial downstairs, and then maybe and then above that, residential. And then I'm really excited about the stuff going on out by the airport on Washington City Park. I think that's going to bring in some big tax dollars that the city could use to spend, even though that's not my responsibility. As far as people come into the Planning Commission and ask all the time, what about the water? What about the water? So I'm kind of on the other side of that because I've read the the Washington County's Water Conservancy report on that, and it doesn't look like we're going to have a problem. And I think a lot of that is the anti-growth people drumming up any bad news they can. I think they're really pushing that when it doesn't really appear that we really have a problem. I'd say my favorite thing about Washington City right now is the new chairs that you got, because I have problems.
Mine too. You can thank Councilmember Casperson. You were pushing for the chairs.
You cannot thank me for that.
And I think that we're actually blessed to have Thad work. I mean, he does a good job of answering questions when stuff comes up at the Planning Commission meetings, even when I ask stupid questions.
Well, it sounds like you're very well informed. I appreciate the really insightful points that are really very in step with some of the things that this council's focused on. But we're not going to let you off without a few questions. I see Councilman Henderson ready to.
Oh, go for it.
So, Greg, one thing I appreciate is how you've been coming to our meetings, Planning Commission and City Council, for several months. And I've enjoyed your comments. You're not afraid to stand up and give some good comments. They've been good comments. And I really was excited to read your background and stuff after having met you and had you in our meetings and stuff. And so anyway, I just wanted to tell you, appreciate you, being part of the city and how you're here and involved in things and care about it. So appreciate you putting in for this. So
thank you.
Another question for Greg?
Yes, I have one, Mayor. I'm interested to know how you'd preserve the community's character while accommodating development. How do you preserve that during development? Because you've gotten to know the community. It's very unique here. We do have that hometown feel that we want to keep, but we also recognize that we need to develop as well.
Well, I think that you can keep the community care by putting in modern style buildings through the downtown, but intermixed. I mean, just walk outside and look at our park. And it's absolutely fantastic right here. And then putting in more parks around the town also, I think, preserves the downtown or the old town feel. That's just my opinion, but I'm an engineer. I do things on paper. It's ugly.
Thank you.
Any final questions?
Yeah, I have one. So I appreciated my time on Planning Commission. We had Councilmember Coates. He and I sat right next to each other. I appreciated his input on the civil engineer side of things. You mentioned in your letter that where a design professional would benefit. Can you speak to that a little bit and how you would add that to the Planning Commission?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah,
because I have hearing problems.
No, that's okay. You put in
Apologize.
here where the times during the discussion and going on with Councilmember Henderson. I appreciate you coming to council or to Planning Commission meetings, but you put in here by planning commissioners where a design professional would be a benefit.
There's been times where, like the council has requested the Planning Commission to consider some of the issues, and one pops up right now, and that was when the CUP came up about allowing a crematorium into Commercial District 3. And I think Thad brought it back to the middle, but I think there's a couple contractors on there, and I think a lot of people people on the Planning Commission rely too much on the advice of the contractor. And just my personal advice, he's winging it. Where I wouldn't wing it, I would say a little bit more. And you guys may be surprised to hear it, but I think if you have the opportunity to get an architect, grab the architect. Because he's way more versed than I am in planning.
Well, thank you, Greg. We appreciated your comments and his comments. Appreciate your application. Thank you.
Okay.
And our final candidate is Jamie Tidwell, my neighbor.
Hi there, everybody. I'm Jamie Tidwell. Moved here to Washington City in 2010, so I've been here for 13 years with my husband and 2 boys, where we've raised them here happily. I'm in real estate, selling residential real estate, and have been doing that for 7.5 years. Just been involved in the community as much as I can, and getting to know the residents, people coming here from up north, people coming here from out of state, families that have grown and intend to stay here. I've worked with a lot of those people too. So I feel like I just have a pretty good understanding of what draws people to Washington City. Living here, selling real estate, also own a small business. Just kind of gives me a good perspective, I think, of what people are looking for, alongside what it is that I love about Washington City too, so.
All right, questions for Jamie?
Jamie, can you touch a little bit on zoning and your experience with zoning?
What's my experience in zoning?
Well, just like your thoughts on zonings and those kind of items.
I think that it is very important. Obviously, in real estate, we have some understanding of how that process works. Getting small businesses or getting something changed getting zoning changed to accommodate your needs, I think that takes a lot of consideration for what's around. I think there's a good time and place for everything. I know that we're lacking in some areas, but I don't think changing zoning for everything is just is the right answer. It depends on what it is that's coming into town. What do the metrics look like? How is it going to affect the surrounding neighborhoods, or what kind of tax revenue is it going to bring in? So depending on what it is, I think I'd have a better answer for you, but I do have opinions for that. I mean, I'd love to see a Trader Joe's and all those things, but there is a time and a place. I think that keeping Washington City the, like, you know, small town USA vibe, that's really kind of what I loved from day one living here. I hope that we can maintain that. But we also need some commercial. We need some tax revenue. We need to be able to, you know, stay in our city and do our shopping in our city and have, you know, places for our children to, you know, run and grab an ice cream and not have to catch a bus to go do it, you know. So I think zoning and getting things passed is important when it's the right time and the right place.
Well said. One last question.
Yes, Jamie, thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you.
My question's is going to center around affordable housing. You know, that's been something that's been on the minds of a lot of people, and especially in our area where we've seen residential homes go anywhere in the mid 700s. They've relaxed a little bit recently. You know, as a city, and we get some legislation from the state mandating ADUs and things to help curb that. So what, as a professional realtor, what do you see as, and I'm not asking you to solve the affordable housing crisis, but just what are your thoughts on that, and how would we move forward, or how would you be able to entertain that as a member of the Planning Commission?
I do see the need for it. I hear about it all the time. I have kids of my own that I hope want to stay and live here, buy a home sooner than later. Well, he's 18. He did move out, but he's renting. So I have noticed that, you know, we've improved in that area for sure. I know there's still going to always be more need for that. But it seems right now that affordable housing isn't necessarily affordable. And that's kind of the general common, you know, word that I hear is that, gosh, you know, if these, you know, affordable housing, 385, 400, that's not affordable. So I think it depends on what everyone's definition of affordable housing is. I know that there's been grants, a lot of loan programs that have really helped in that regard. But I don't know if we've got the jobs necessarily to accommodate the affordable housing. Typically you have affordable housing in big, you know, metropolitan areas where you have jobs that get people going, and then hopefully they get in, you know, they buy a home, and then, you know, like human nature, they want to continue to grow and their families grow, and then they take the next step. So it's kind of, I think we're kind of at this clash of still this small town, but also, you know, we're also trying to accommodate some of these bigger tech companies and, you know, creating jobs that have incomes that allow people to buy their first home. We're not quite there yet. So I feel like I'd like to see affordable housing be more affordable, and be in areas that work for those people who, you know, are getting those jobs that can afford those homes. So I think we have some work to do there. It can happen very easily. I know land costs are expensive, construction's expensive, so to get those homes to the prices that they need to be, it's a little tough right now. Obviously, interest rates are high. There's like a lot of moving parts that don't make it super easy for the developers and for, you know, the buyers. So, but I see the need for sure. And yeah, again, it's one of those things where we've got to find the right place for it too.
Great comments. Thank you. Thank you, Jamie, and thank you to each of you that have applied for the Planning Commission. It's likely that appointment will be made at our next meeting, which is on June 28th, and I've asked the recorder to quickly let each of you know how that goes. Again, it's not necessary to come to that meeting. But we appreciate you. You're welcome to stay for the next hour if you want, as we move on, or you're more than welcome to leave as well. The next hour will be spent, which is item 3. This is water utility and impact fees. Our Assistant Public Works Director, who oversees water, Lester Dalton, is gonna present, and I'm sure he'll invite some of the outside professional consultants to come forward as well. Lester.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Our capital facilities plan for water, we try and revisit that about every 5 years. We're at that horizon. We're already building facilities that were in our 10-year plan and even a little bit beyond that. We're horribly behind. We need to get up to speed and try and stay caught up with this. We've also noticed a tremendous increase in construction costs as of late, the last several years, as well as we've seen some increases in our ability to produce the water and continue to market it for the current rate. So with that, I'll kind of turn the time over to Sunrise Engineering. They've put together a little slide presentation. We'll probably have some technical difficulties, but we'll work through them. I also included in your packets for the entire capital facilities plan. It's in its draft form right now. We're looking for some feedback from the council tonight as to any concerns or items you'd like us to dive in a little deeper to. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Sunrise Engineering. We've got both Dustin Schaefer as well as Blaine Worrell here to kind of walk you through where we're at today.
Great. Dustin, Blake, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. It's a privilege to be here. It's been too long, and not only the white paint, but a few new faces from the last time I was here. I'm Dustin Schaefer, Principal Engineer with Sunrise Engineering. Sunrise has been here in Washington City over at 300 West since 1996. I've been privileged to work on Washington City projects since I came down in 98. And it's really a privilege to be here. I just wanted to, just some brief introductions. Lester mentioned about every 5 years or so, there's a water master plan update. And if you go back, there was one in 99. And sometimes they come quicker. There was another one right after in 2002 and 2009. And anyway, so on. So some have been a 3 years, the last one was 2017. So it's been a little longer. And as Lester mentioned, there's been a lot of pressure on the city with growth, with construction costs have gone up considerably. And so this master plan that is going to be focused, and hopefully everybody's had a chance to take a look at that. And we'll go through the highlights in a fairly quick scenario here, but it's focused on your water source capacity, how much water you can deliver to your residents, how much you can store. You've got storage tanks throughout the system, and then how you deliver that through pipelines and infrastructure. All of those things and future improvements that come along with that are going to go directly into how your user rates and your impact fees are developed and calculated. Blaine Worrell here, he's been the project manager, and I'm going to let him, he's worked very closely with Lester and your staff in developing this. It's been really exciting because with your new water smart meters, there's a lot of great data where in the past it's been the planning has been based on state approximate figures and so on, and you've got really good data as far as what your everyday citizen uses. So with that, I'll let Blaine take this over. As far as technical difficulties, we've limited our liabilities by using Lester's laptop. So if there's anything that goes wrong, we'll put that on him.
Let's see if I can get this to work. Your mouse is not. Useful.
Could be in the detail.
There we go. Perfect. All right, so Just as a quick introduction, Dustin pretty much gave everything that to introduce this, but this is an update to the 2017 plan. Some of the big changes that have happened since 2017 is one, growth's been astronomical compared to what was projected. Back then, Lester mentioned that he's currently working on things well outside the 5-year window that was planned in 2017. Another factor is costs. I'm sure everybody knows that costs are insane compared to what we would expect based on normal inflation. And so as costs go up, it also affects everything else as far as revenues and construction costs for the city. So as part of this master plan, Dustin mentioned it involves analyzing the source, storage, distribution systems. We looked at the growth rate, and actually I looked at that next slide, which it's not showing up very big, but we spent a lot of time with the city staff to really try to dial this in as best as possible so that going forward we don't have the same problems that we've had since 2017, and tried to really nail down as best as can be guessed of what that growth rate will be to provide the city a best plan going forward. Dustin also mentioned the great data that Lester now has access to based on current meter technology that he has. He's able to get actual real-time flow. So Lester gave me spreadsheets of minute data of flow going into the city. So we were able to track that down and provide accurate historical usage for the city, which shows here over the last 4 years we have this data, meaning the average per ERU, which is an equivalent residential unit, meaning each residential unit more or less uses approximately 478 gallons per day based on the data we were given, which equals to, down below you can see, about 14,500 gallons a month or 170,000 gallons in a year. Looking at the source for the city, I know this is a big topic in the county where we can find water. Looking at what the city currently has access to with the city's current sources and also what it currently purchases and takes from the Conservancy District's water, there is enough source to get into the 10-year window, just barely. And then in the 20-year window, there is you can see on here, there is a shortage of about 4,500 gallons a minute of required source. And on the downside there is, and we'll talk about this in a second, but there's not a lot of source projects that's available for the city currently. There's wells are kind of tapped out, water rights aren't really available. However, so the plan really would be to get more water from the Conservancy District.
And really just to jump in,
Yeah, go for it.
we understand that, right? That's why we're a part of that agreement, and we rely on them. And you're right, we have drilled kind of our last wells for the most part. So
yeah, and so but there is plans going forward. We have recommendations in there to get more water from the Conservancy District in that 20-year planning horizon. So the thing that was looked at was storage. Storage capacity currently is a lot shorter than source. City's about getting to the edge of where it is available on storage. There's enough storage currently for about another 3,700 equivalent residential units. And so that was a big kind of a point to look at for our recommended improvements, was getting more storage for the estimated growth that's coming for both the 10-year and the 20-year window. On the distribution analysis, we used a water modeling software to determine how the distribution system, pipelines, booster pumps, things like that was able to handle. One thing that's really unique and really cool actually with the data that Lester was able to provide us and some new modeling software. As part of this project, we built the city a dynamic water model, meaning that it can show real-time look as the day goes in a given hour of the day, what the system looks like, where the tank levels are, and it's dialed in to show, if certain valves are open, PRV changes, or pumps are turned on or off, or if anything fails, what kind of impacts that has, so that the city staff's able to kind of plan for different scenarios and situations going forward. And so all that leads to a list of recommended improvements within that 20-year window. And a lot of these are, so there's several tank projects, and then we also have trunk lines, main transmission lines for those tanks, as well as booster pump stations to get water to those tanks. One thing I do want to note is we do include a recommended installation time frame for these. These are just estimated. We don't have, there's no crystal ball to say exactly when these have to go in, but this is the best estimation on current data, and also, so as time moves forward and growth happens in different areas, these are adjustable, but this is the best we're able to provide at the moment. So all of this recommended improvements and data leads to how these are going to be paid for and what kind of plan the city has to work with. One aspect of that is the user rates, the monthly water bills. And so with that, I just want to show, so here's the existing user rate structure that the city has. And we performed a user rate analysis showing what the projected expenses would be with these recommendations, and with growth and expected inflation rates and expected inflated costs, and what a proposed user rate would look like in comparison to what there is existing. So currently, based on the current average usage and the current user rate structure, an average user in 2022 was paying roughly $46 a month. And that's average across all users. And so I just want to take the next couple of slides to really break down what's in that user rate structure and how that applies. So there's multiple facets, especially with the city's rate structure. So one aspect is the Conservancy District charges. As we mentioned earlier, as the mayor mentioned, the water is purchased from the district. And one of the things the city has in the existing user rate structure, which we're proposing going forward to continue, is a portion of, and I'll actually go back a slide to show, is this portion right here that is a per 1,000-gallon charge of the Washington County Conservancy District charge. And what this number is every 1,000 gallons that the city purchases from the district has a cost. Currently, I believe it's $1.54 per 1,000 gallons. But the city does not purchase all of its water from the Conservancy District. In 2022, it was about a 60-40 split, 60% from the Conservancy District, 40% from city sources. And so the 96 cents that was in the existing plan was a weighted average that took into account the city's cost to produce its water and the percentage that it provided to the city, and the cost to get water from the district and the percentage from the district, to create an average of what a user in the city would pay per 1,000 into that average. And so, and that was done in the last master plan. In this master plan update, we've reevaluated those numbers with the increased percentage of the districts and the district's increased costs. And we have provided a recommended increase, which we'll show when I get to the slide showing the recommended user rates. We do show an increased rate for the Conservancy District. One thing that is nice from having the Conservancy District charge in there is that the Conservancy District raises its rate 10 cents every year. And so the city historically has been able to increase that portion of the rate. So the city's rates hasn't necessarily gone up. It just reflects the change in the Conservancy District's charge as a kind of a direct pass-through. One thing I do want to mention is, and it'll show up in the user rates, is every user in the city is charged a $1.75 charge per month to go straight to the Conservancy District. And so one thing I just want to go over real quick is just what the philosophy is in developing user rates. So user rates are broken into, on the city side, into two pieces. There's a base rate and an overage rate. The base rate is the set charge that everybody pays based on their meter size per month, regardless of how much water they use. And the philosophy there is that this rate is set so that it covers all the fixed costs of the city. So every expense the city has, regardless of how much water it produces, is covered. So if anything were to happen and the city didn't produce any water, there's still costs associated with having the water department operating and the infrastructure in the city, and that is what covers those costs. And then the overage rate is the amount of a user is charged based on how much water they use in a month. And this is set, the philosophy here is to cover all expenses that are based on usage. So utility rates, the more that's used, the more power that's used to use pump stations. Some factors of the expenses are based solely on how much water the city is producing. So with that, we projected out using the city's existing expenses from the last several years' financial reports, projected those forward using inflation and what we're observing in costs and planned costs, such as the recommended improvements, any new bonds needed, things like that, to come up with a total expense shown here. And that is broken down, as you look on the table to the right, we have every line item of the expenses broken down to how much of that is fixed and how much of that is varied. And that's something we sat down with Lester and his staff, went down and figured out what was required for each of those to make sure the city is getting the revenue that you guys need. So taking that expenses and dividing each side of the fixed expenses and the varied expenses comes up with a new base rate, a new overage rate. So with this, the result of our analysis shows that a new base rate of $24.19 would be needed to cover the projected fixed costs of the system. And then on overage, if I'll scroll down, there we go. Overage rate would be a $31.33 overage rate to be able to cover those variable costs to the system. And so what this results in is a user rate of a base rate of $24.19, an overage rate of $31.33, so an average rate of $55.52. And this is an average rate across the board for, we're trying to look at average, so looking at low users and high-end users, this would just be what the average rate for the city to cover its expenses.
What was the base rate before? I think I missed that.
It was 18.
Okay.
17.
No. All right.
Yeah. And so what this results in is a approximate $9.50 increase from what it currently is for an average user. And so I guess I'll stop there. Is there any questions up to that point?
Council, any questions?
I've got a few, but I think I'll wait till the
end.
I'll kind of ask them in a specific order when we're done.
Okay.
I think one thing just to point out, maybe not a question, is we recognize that the water rates are low in our area and it's been an issue, but it's never fun to see those go up. But as we look for more source and it's not available and the inexpensive water isn't available, this is sort of the reality of the future of water in our area. And I think everybody understands that, but now we're putting it into data that we can see that are dollar amounts. That's important.
And so what we did is to go further from taking this average rate of $55.42 is to put that into the tiered rate structure of how that reflects a given user. And so the philosophy there of what a tiered rate structure is, instead of just paying everybody a flat rate, is that a tiered structure gives a charge per 1,000 gallons based on usage. So the lower amount of water you use is a cheaper rate. The more water you use, it gets more expensive as you go up. And one of the big things that this will do is helps promote conservation, as no one wants to pay more every month. So it helps incentivize using less water. And I don't know if you were to see the current conservation plans that are going out there, some of the wording you'll see is an aggressive user rate structure. And what they mean there is just having a high-end tier structure, so you will really incentivize people to keep their usage down. which leads to my next point of conservation. It's a hot topic in the area. Everybody's pushing for it. But there is a correlation between conservation and user rates that needs to be at least thought of. And that is as usage goes down, the one factor that has is revenue falls as well. So if we set a user rate structure expecting to have a certain average rate or average usage, and the city doesn't achieve that average usage, it may not hit the revenues to cover its expenses. And so working with the city staff, we came up with a new approach, a new philosophy to think about with user rate and tiers, to instead of using I'll actually go to the next slide, instead of using the average user rate, which is what has historically been done to establish a user rate tier structure, is to focus on the city's conservation goals and use that as a premise to start as the base, so that even if, or I should say when the city is able to hit its conservation goals, it's not penalized by not having enough revenue to cover its expenses. And so currently the city's average usage is around 14,300 gallons a month. But if we were to look at the conservation plan, that puts that usage down to about 12,200 gallons a month. And so when we did our tiers and our proposed rate structures, we were using the 12,000 gallon number to try to make sure that revenues can stay where they need to be going forward. And so next I have just a few slides on some options that we've set forth. These are just really just some available options. The main thing is to hit the average rate. But so here are some options. This would be using the exact same tier structure that is there now, with the same break, same number of tiers. It uses a 10% increase per tier of 5,000 gallons. I should say the one difference here is the original tier structure went 0 to 5,000. With implementing the conservation and talking to city staff, we believe that the first tier should be set at that 12,000 gallon mark, to basically say that is the benchmark for the conservation. So as long as if everybody falls under that first tier, we still have the revenue that is needed. The second option would be to clean up, or I shouldn't say clean up, but to simplify the tiers, reduce the number of tiers, make them larger. And this option has a larger increase per tier. The last option I provided is a varied tier increase, starting at a 10% increase low and building up to a 50% increase, really having a higher increase on the upper usage side. And so here's just a snapshot of what this would look like for the varying usage. So if you had a low use, kind of fixed on single resident household, currently they'd be paying about $26 a month. With this increase, they'd be up to $37, and it wouldn't change in the tiers. Same with someone that hit the conservation goals would go up to a $15 increase. Wouldn't vary in the options, but you notice as you get to an average user or a high water user, the increase in bill does increase. So here's just a couple of slides that you have that shows a comparison.
Blaine,
go ahead.
Can you go back for a minute?
Yeah, of course.
So is this just based on them using the top usage, like the 14,368? That's your number, your 6261 there. So you're saying there's going to be an $18 increase on that usage for option one. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
But I guess my question is it using that 14,368 number, or is it using?
Yeah, it's using the 14.
Because that's the usage, but is that in the tier? Like that's the tier. What tier is it in?
So if I go back to say option one, so 14,000, the first 12,000s would be under this 257 per 1,000 gallon, and then the 268 for the remaining 3,500 gallons. plus the base rate.
And the base rate's based on the average? Or you're saying it's based on if you're in tier 1, you would be off the 24.19, but if you were in tier 2, you'd be in the overage, the high usage one, which is that 62, 67?
I'm
just trying to understand what the base rate.
So, yeah, the base rate does not change for usage. It'll be
So
24.
where did you get your base? I mean, I know where you got your base rate from, but what's your percentages on residential or low users versus high users?
That just is straight from the tier. So it's not really based on low user, high users. We have a low first tier set at 12,000. So everyone that's under that 12,000 pays the same. And then every gallon you use over that is where it goes up, which is what it does now.
No, let me reformulate my question. My question is, the way you formulated this to get to the $55.53, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is the average. There's a percentage of high users and low users, and you averaged it.
Correct.
And you're saying everyone's base rate's going to $55.53? Is that not what you're saying?
On average, yes. So, and that's where we brought in the conservation factor. So that would, if we were to use today's number and everybody use the average usage, if we set it at $55 and restructured this, it would decrease costs. It would. But what would happen is as we hit that conservation, revenue would decrease to where it's no longer covering expenses. Does that answer your question?
It doesn't, but the reason why I bring it up is I'm just trying to understand the formula and how it got to the 55, because then you're setting the fixed rate at, like an example of a 5/8 meter at $24.19. That's not 55. So what am I missing?
So that comes in the average overage needs to be $33.
So your base rate is before you get any water.
I get that. The thing that I'm not getting is that you're saying there's a base rate of $55, but then the base rate's $24.19. What am I missing?
Total bill would be $55.
Average. 55 is an average total bill for every customer. So you're correct. There will be some that are much lower and some that are much higher depending on their usage.
So where are we plugging in the $55 then?
It doesn't get plugged in. That's just the average that we have to maintain in order to run the system.
Back to that 55 sledge. Right. One more. So every 3/4 inch meter, residential meter, the base rate is going to be $24 and was it 19? Yeah, 19.
You speak in the mic.
Sorry, every base rate, every residential customer is going to be $24.19, and that's based on the fixed fees. And then the next slide, this is just an average looking at the entire system, the total variable expenses.
This is the overage, right? So
that's the overage would be 31. But the later slide where the table that Blaine got to, that is just taking a snapshot of an example of someone that uses 5,000 gallons, an example of someone that uses 14,000.
Yeah.
And so they're all going to vary between, some of them their bill may only be $20 or $28 a month, and somebody's going to be $118, but overall, and it's kind of hard to say, when you're doing an average for the whole system, I mean, without doing a really complex analysis of everybody's individual data, what each one is, that's kind of, that first part's an average, and then later we're talking about just snapshots of specific individuals.
Yeah, but you're just saying the $55 is
an average total rate.
Is the average total is what you need to maintain your system.
Right.
There you go. Any further questions on that?
Well, then back to this, you're saying option 1, 2, and 3. Are these just examples?
Yeah, they're just examples. So the
we're not like deciding an option? Okay.
You will have to.
Well, what is option one?
Just different ways to do the tiers.
Yeah, it's just different ways to.
Whether you do 9 tiers or 4 tiers.
Speak up there.
You want to say it again? No, it's just, yeah, it's based on the different tiers. In fact, here, let me get to this slide. It shows how the next one, this will show, I'll just skip the slide for a second. Maybe, if it lets me. There we go. It's not really easy to see on this, but this shows how the rest of the system. Go for it.
Now you can zoom in regular Adobe. That way you can pull it in tight enough you can see it.
Where's the?
Councilman, as they're searching through the slides, I will just report my assignment to the water work group. You'll notice in this slide right there, there's a kind of a average tiering. That reflects the water district's work with the municipalities to encourage a conservation tier system. So you'll kind of see where the district's experts had asked that things tier based on the month of when usage would be needed.
So this slide shows how the rest or other communities in the city or in the county do their tiers. It's not here. So Springdale's up here. Ivans is green and hard to see right here. Here's would be the 3 different tier options we have, but ultimately these are options for the council to decide on how to set that, with the ultimate goal to be that $55 as an average, and then determine how much conservation you want to encourage by charging on the higher end. Because these numbers, the higher end users are not really providing necessarily to that total. They are compensating for the low end users a little bit. But it's trying to promote conservation, so those that choose not to conserve are really just are paying for it, and that provides the city with additional funds to pursue conservation efforts. Go ahead.
If I can add, that chart showed that all 3 of the options essentially perform the function that you need to get that average rate overall. You can just see between that yellow and the blue and the red that there's some differences in the level of incentive, I guess, on the high end. You can see that yellow, that option there. Is that 3? Yeah. Gets a little higher on the higher usage.
And those would reflect what the right. Council could decide going forward on how that would best reflect in our city.
Right. Yeah. But all 3 of the options ultimately generate the amount of revenue that's required.
Is there anything else on user rates? Before we go on impact fees.
Can you go back to those slides?
Which one? The one with this one?
Yeah, just. So on the current average user, on option 1, it's 62.61, but option 3 is the same. But in the slide, it didn't show that.
In which slide?
Well, in your graph, it always goes up. So I'm just curious.
There is actually a little bit of, because this option 2 goes up at a 25% increase continually, and option 3 staggers it. In the middle, option 2 actually has a higher, basically option 2 would charge higher in the middle, unless it's almost more uniform in its increase, whereas option 3 is more exponential in its increase. So if I were to go, this is actually a good slide to show that. If you look at the bottom here, zoom a little bit. Nope, that's the wrong button. At the beginning, they're level, and then the middle option actually is the higher. But then you get to the higher users, option 3 overtakes it.
Option 3 is the blue.
Option 3 is yellow. So the option 3 is higher, but in the middle, option 2 is higher. But these could be rearranged and reevaluated any way, increased in between tiers as desired. With keeping the start of the tier at 12,000 gallons, that pretty much covers expenses. And so how that's increased from there is really the decision of the council of how to incentivize, how much the council wants to incentivize.
So what, I guess it comes back to my original question, and is that percentage-wise of the city, and you might not have the answer, I'm just, in my mind, like currently right now, how many different tiers do we have?
9. Yeah, it's 9.
So we have 9. What percentage in tier 1 is the city? What percentage in tier 2 is the city?
I do not have that data. I don't know if Lester knows any of that on top of his head. I doubt it.
We can get that for you. We probably just have to have Brittany pull it to let you know.
Yeah, I'm just curious because I'm just trying to understand where's our big,
the big users.
Well, no, I'm not. We have those big violators, right? We know that. I'm looking for what is the bulk of our city? Is it 24,000? Is it 30,000? Is it 12,000? Like, what is the bulk of our city on right now, currently? So that's one of the things I'm looking for, is just trying to understand who we're affecting with this rate increase.
Yeah.
So, and I agree, 9 tiers is a lot, but I also don't want to have 2 tiers where it's like, hey, you hit this 1 gallon over, all of a sudden you're getting hit super hard. Like, I like tiers, and I don't know the best answer on if 9's right or not. I mean, you do a lot of water master plans for a lot of communities. What do you think?
9's probably on the high end of the number of tiers.
In the county, it's between about 5 and 7 is kind
5 and 7
average, is what I was seeing.
And I think you could look through your billing data and find, where the majority are. I think you'll probably find it's going to be in that 15 to 20,000 range as far as usage, with the average being driven down to the 14 by your maybe seasonal customers or in single individuals or whatnot.
Do you provide any analysis for the rates, how they best would be served in our city? Is that part of your study? The different rates, how they would apply, to answer Councilman Coates' question? Because like I said, we don't want it to go over 1 and then be bumped to another tier that would, is that part of your analysis? I'm asking if that's a city or is that part of your study? And how that would be played out as far as our residents in having to pay for the water. Is there a consideration for the cost in it? That's what I'm saying.
So I think, are you asking, because my understanding is the water rates, the first 12,000 you pay that, and then the next 12,000 you pay a different, whatever the tier is. So you're only paying that first. But does your base rate jump up when you hit that other tier?
No.
So
base rate stays the same. So if you,
but how are you determined your base rate then?
The base rate's 24
for everybody.
Now it will change. It will change at least based on your current setup. Like if that's for a residential connection for a 3/4 inch meter. For a 1.5 inch meter, that base rate goes up proportional to that meter size and so on. But otherwise, that base rate is the same for everybody. But like the tier, I guess, I think you're probably following. You pay the base rate regardless. The person that uses 20,000 gallons is going to pay the same rate for the first 12,000 gallons. Then they're going to pay a rate for the next 5,000 gallons, a little bit more for that. And so it's all calculated in there, but everybody should be treated, as far as the base rate goes, I think it incentivizes, keep it in that 12,000 conservation range.
So I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
So you talked about a little bit of, about raising the base rate, and part of the reasoning for that is to cover some variable cost increases. Can you guys talk about that a little bit? What are some of the increases we're seeing in the variable costs?
So on variable costs, the big one's gonna be power increases. So as power rates increase, you know, one of the biggest expenses to the city on the variable cost is running the wells, running the pumps. And that is directly proportionate to how much water is being produced. And so that's a variable cost that goes up. Other than that, there's some costs for, I think we have in there some repairs, things like that, budgets that, and construction costs go up, material costs have gone up, salaries go up. Now, Councilman Ivey, I just want to make sure I answer your question.
You did.
Let me see if I can see what you're asking.
Yeah, we got an answer just fine.
Oh, you good?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're good. Council, we've got about 15 minutes before our hard stop, so let's get you all the time you need to answer or ask any questions you'd like.
Yeah, we're not going to make it, but I want to follow up because we just went through this with our power department as well. And so one of the questions came up is we are looking at increasing our base rate based on, we have a lot of resort homes, right? I shouldn't say resort, I should say some, I'm going to say winter homes for them that they don't get used all the time. So is it more beneficial to look at increasing the base rate and not the water usage? But because that's kind of what we did on the power side, because there was homes that weren't being used, but they were getting a better benefit than the neighbor next to them who's there all year round. So it's just a thought I had while we were thinking of base rates. And I don't know if this is appropriate because they're using their water no matter what in the summer currently. But the other thing I want to, and it's just a thought, so we don't need to dive into that. But the other thing that I wanted to talk about is we are potentially bringing on some irrigation and then secondary water. And so how does that affect the system when it comes into, when someone dives into, if they now have irrigation and it reduces our dollar amount that we need for maintaining? Because we still got to maintain these items and we got to, so it's just, and right now we don't have it, right? But we potentially might within this 5-year plan. So.
And I just wanted to bring up one point, some of the direction that we gave Sunrise on this right up front. The base rate covers our fixed costs. So our fixed costs are associated with the system as it sits today. We have to have these fixed costs in order to have the system there and available to provide the water when the time comes. So that's where the fixed costs are. That's what establishes the base rate. This is the system, this is the personnel that we need to have for the system to be able to operate when the customer needs the water. The second component that I directed them to is to make sure that when we hit our conservation goal, that every gallon is paid for. So 1 gallon comes out of the tap at any of the options, at any of the tiers, that gallon is paid for. That all happens with the first tier. Every drop of water that comes out of a tap onto a lawn, anything is covered within that first tier. Anything above and beyond that first tier, which is our conservation goal according to our conservation plan, anything above and beyond that is we're looking to conserve down to that point. And if we conserve down to that point, every drop is still paid for. We've covered the costs on each drop of water that comes out.
So that means if every single home in Washington City only used 12,000 gallons, you could cover your costs.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense.
And that was the whole premise behind kind of the change that we've taken. The goals, and everybody, Washington City, everybody in Washington County is pushing these conservation goals. There's going to come a time when if we're not covering each and every individual drop that comes out of a faucet, and we're looking for a high-end user to cover the guy that's being conservative, we're going to end up in some financial hardships because of that. So that's the reason for the tier shift. Our current tier structure, the first tier is from 0 to 5,000 gallons. What I'm hoping to do is accomplish a tier shift. We take that first tier to 12,000 gallons and establish our conservation goal. With that first tier, it's all 100% covered. I don't need a 9th tier user to cover the guy that was using 2,000 gallons a month anymore. I don't need to have that 9th tier user anymore cover that shortfall.
So Lester, while you're up though, one of my thought processes thinking about this base rate is, say it was a little more, that covers your cost, but that doesn't cover replacement costs of the infrastructure. So like, I'm just a little, because yeah, we can, and we haven't even got into impact fees for those projects we need, but we still have all this line in the ground that we got to pay to replace at some point in there at the end of its life.
It somewhat covers that with the depreciation of the system as an expense. So some of that is included. Once a line gets fully depreciated, of course, then we're not continuing to depreciate it. But there is some of that expense that's built into your base rate number of replacement value.
I'm just trying to build a little piggy bank to help us, because we always seem like we're always short on funds for sewer and water projects because they're not on replacement.
And I think the other question that you're getting at, that I heard you get into a little bit, maybe we don't have the time, but if we end up going with a secondary system, then either the rate for the secondary system has to be lower than the culinary rate for our residents, or they're not going to want to choose that secondary system.
Well, there's that, but there's the other aspect of now, say magically we had a secondary system and everybody magically turned it on one day. That's half the requirement of water that we currently have in our culinary system. Mm-hmm. So it's a huge benefit to us. But again, to what you just said, as I agree, we have to make it so that secondary can be affordable. But what's funny, what I don't want to get down is that we set this base rate and we go down this road and then we bring on a secondary irrigation and the secondary irrigation now takes over. And so how do we get that? So because the goal is to keep irrigation low, barely low, even though it's the same infrastructure cost, same maintenance cost. But what you don't want to do is have the full culinary cost and then try to add on an irrigation. We have to find a way to blend the two to make it palatable for our community members.
And I think those are really good discussions to have as we integrate that new system. Right now, we kind of have to look at it like we don't have it. We may not have it. So where do we want to go from here? But you're right. We may need to look at a rate study again when we integrate the new system in. So this isn't, by any means, this isn't going to be our rate for the next 5 years. We can look at it every time we have changes to our system if we need to.
We also need to be careful with the base rate, because there's people out there that can't afford an extra $5 on their base rate. It comes out of their grocery bill. So we need to be careful and think of those people too.
And every year we get 10 extra cents from the district, no matter what, per gallon, 1,000 gallons. So these things just keep adding up. So
well, and in the back of my mind, what I've always thought about when the irrigation, if and when it does come online and all of them components come into play, in my mind, what we're really going to be looking at more than anything is the tiers. We're going to want to squeeze them tiers down even farther, and try and get them down to where we eliminate the outdoor watering with the culinary system. The base rate, our fixed costs are still going to be the same for the culinary system regardless. That's to cover the maintenance of the system that exists today.
Lester, you just said a great thing, because the 12,000 gallons is on the high end of an indoor use of the home.
Correct.
It's not the low end, but like example on my house during the winter months, I'm around 8,000 gallons a month. Correct. And so I know that's when I have zero irrigation on outside. So I guess we're not too far off if you based everything off that.
And that was the premise on this, is make sure that every gallon that goes out is covered, so that we don't have to, we're not depending on high users to cover the shortfalls on the low users, because that's how it's been historically.
Jeremy, if the council were to want to continue this discussion, if they don't feel like there's time today, what does it look like going forward to be able to have another discussion before we?
Yeah, I think this was really just to introduce the topic, get everybody thinking. We have some information we can bring back. We can continue to work with Sunrise on, based on your comments tonight, to kind of refine that. But this isn't something we're trying to pass today or even next meeting. We'll keep having these discussions until we're comfortable.
I would like to just set up another work session. If we need a special meeting, I don't know if we need, or just the next work session to just continue the discussion, but it was a good discussion, and I read the whole report. It was a good report, so I really appreciate it.
And I'm sure Mayor Staley would be happy to do that for us. I think we've had a good discussion, but this is something that we want to get right. We do recognize that costs are going up. Dustin, did you want to?
I don't know if you have time, but we didn't touch on the impact fee. If you had 2 minutes, we could just kind of at least put it in your minds.
We actually have 5, so let's go ahead and take 2 minutes and talk impact fee.
That's open to everybody.
Yeah, I'll just go to that slide then. So basically the existing impact fees are at $2,400 currently. I'll skip the analysis part for now. It is in the master plan. But what it comes down to is with those primarily with the increased costs of construction, doing these projects in the 10-year window puts the new available or the max possible impact fee at $4,700, and basically $4,700, which is about double what it is currently. One thing to really take note in that is I have a slide here that shows how this stacks up with the rest of the cities in the community. Washington City would be the first to be implementing a new impact fee since the increase we've seen over the last 2 years. So it's going to look high comparatively, but the city would be the first to implement basically a new impact fee off those higher costs.
When was the last time, remind me, when was the last time we looked at impact fees?
2017.
Okay, yeah. Can't remember if it was 17 or 18.
So maybe just one quick question. I'm sure that maybe some of the residents may have had, and Thad, you may need to answer this, but in regards to the $1.75 surcharge that the Water Conservancy District charges every month, what does that go to and what is it for? Just in case somebody has some questions about that.
The Water District is the best entity to answer. Simply put, what I understand from them, though, is that it is used to fund their conservation programs, like the money they use for Flip Blitz, and some of the other conservation programs. They see the surcharge not as a revenue source to plan their operations, but as a way to fund conservation, and with the hope that at some point they're successful enough that there's not any surcharge revenue. I don't know that that's a reasonable assumption that it'll ever go to zero, but yeah,
I could be thinking incorrectly about this charge, but I believe it's also to find new water sourcing is one of the stated goals of that surcharge, is to create more water source, but I could be wrong on that.
Thank you. Council, we've got 2 minutes. Do you have any other questions or anything you'd like to give for direction? So when they come back again, maybe we can start our conversation where you'd like it to start out.
My questions are all about numbers. Would it be appropriate to email those questions? Because they're very specific on the numbers and how you use those and how you got to those. So,
yeah, I was just gonna say you could email those. We're right down the street. If you wanted to come by, you're welcome anytime. Maybe we can set up a time to do that.
I think it might, if you talk to Mayor Staley, it might be worth a special work meeting where we could not be in our suit coats and really get into the details a little bit, have some time. I know we have some work meetings that are coming up that are kind of full, so it might be a suggestion.
Well, we'll work with him. Some of my thoughts that I'd want to talk about is I want to talk about the pit a little bit. It seems like those numbers have actually gone down. I want to know if they're for conservation or if there's other factors in play. And then
excuse me, which number did you say?
The peak instantaneous demand PID.
Okay.
And then for probably more for Lester, I wanted to kind of just talk and see if we've ever had any discussions regarding construction water and what that would look like if we were to start any type. I know we have to have another source, but if that's ever been something that we've discussed in this.
I did have them look at that, and there is a little bit of background on that within these slides. You know, the harsh reality is the construction water, even though it is a pretty significant hit, in hard times, that construction water, we turn it off. I mean, we've got everything in our drought management plan that we can turn that water off if we are in hard
If we
times
had
to
to,
keep
okay.
everything coming through, so.
I appreciate that, Lester. You always have the answers. We appreciate Sunrise for being here, Dustin, you being here, and we look forward to continuing this conversation at a future date. Council, anything before we adjourn our workshop session? Okay, looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
By Councilman Coates, second.
Second.
By Councilman Martinson. All in favor? Aye, thank you. We stand adjourned until
All right, we'll get started here. Welcome to our newly remodeled council chambers. New paint, new flooring, new chairs. It's looking pretty good. So we had our first council meeting in here a few hours ago, and it worked out pretty good. So if you look around City Hall, you'll notice that we don't have nearly the funding to build a new building, but we do have funding to put new paint on the walls and new carpet on the floor when it's time. So I think it looks pretty good. Today is Wednesday, June 14th, 2023. We are in the City Council chambers, as I mentioned, for our regular meeting. All of our meetings are broadcast and recorded and can be accessed at washingtoncity.org/meetings. Our friend Linda Van Wert from the Buddhist community, who is part of the Interfaith Council, will start our meeting. Linda, if you'd come forward, please.
There. Hi, and thank you for the invite. I enjoy doing this. I'm going to lead just a short contemplation and prayer, and at the very end, we don't say amen, you're welcome to do that, but I ring this little bell, and you just imagine that it is spreading this prayer. Please close your eyes and breathe slowly. Just be here in this silence, in the room, all of us together. When we open our hearts, we find the one great heart. May we bring this peace, this compassion, this wisdom into our busy daily lives. May it inspire our work. May the work tonight benefit all, and may everyone share in its fruits with gratitude. Thanks.
That was beautiful. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite Taylor David Brown from the Washington City Youth Council to come forward and lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance. Taylor.
Please rise. Please take off your hats and salute the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Taylor. Council, before I call for an approval of the agenda, I'd like to just change the order of one item. With your permission, I'd recommend that we move item 7A, a preliminary plat, that we place that item behind or after item 11A, as that agreement is a critical component of that preliminary plat. And then for your information, we do have need to go to closed session for items 15A and 15B, which are the purchase, exchange, release of property, and pending or potential litigation. If there's anything that I may have missed, otherwise I'll be happy to entertain a motion.
Mayor, can make that motion to approve our Washington City Council regular meeting agenda for June 14th, 2023.
And would you just note item 7A coming after 11A?
Yes. And that's with the moving 7A to 11A.
Great. I have a motion by Councilman Ivey.
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. We'll move on to the consent agenda. And council, as you know, the consent agenda has just brief items that are typically not for discussion, but if there's anything that you would like some clarification, we can accommodate that, or if there's anything you'd like pulled from the consent agenda, let me know about that. But otherwise, actually, excuse me, before we get to the consent agenda, let me go through some announcements. June 5th was the Mayor's Cup, and it was a great success. We appreciate all those who made it possible, including the Washington City Rotary Club and Washington Area Chamber, including the support of the Washington City Youth Council. You might find it interesting to note that we were able to donate over $15,000 to the Utah Food Bank that stays here to fight hunger locally. Also, just earlier this week on Monday, May 12th, we held the groundbreaking for the Washington Wills Park, and that was a fantastic event. We had a great turnout, and that's going to be a wonderful regional park that has some unique amenities south of the Virgin River in the Fields area. As a matter of note, Governor Cox at a special legislative session confirmed the updated municipal election dates in order to combine them with the special election to fill Congressman Stewart's seat. This change will move the primary election to September 5th, which we will not have in our municipal election, and the general election to November 21st. And as a side note, my recommendation is that we let all of the campaign signs be in St. George, and we wait till around October before we put any up here, but it's up to you. Father's Day, don't forget Father's Day on June 18th. And you would, I'm done teasing. And then also Washington City Hall will be closed on Monday, June 19th in observance of Juneteenth. And there are some local events happening in observance of that federal holiday. If you kind of search for those, I know one that evening will be happening right here at Veterans Park. Council, is there anything I missed on announcements that ought to be brought forward? Seeing none, I'm going to ask if there are any declarations of abstentions and or conflicts. Seeing none, we'll move on to item 4, which is what most of the crowd is here for this evening. And that is going to be the introduction and oath of office for the incoming Washington City Youth Council members. City Recorder Tara Pence, do you want to come forward? And I guess you'll administer the oath of office. Carmen, how would you like us to introduce this group? Okay, I'll take a little leeway here. The Youth Council has been around for how many years? Is it 13? This is the 13th year, and this is the largest group. In fact, this year we'll have 29 youth from all residents of Washington City who go to either Pineview High School or Crimson Cliffs High School. This Youth Council has a great tradition of service and of mentorship, and really in fact, all city events happen with the support and participation of the Youth Council. In fact, many just community events that are outside of our city also happen with the support of the Youth Council. We graduated a large portion of our Youth Council, 15, and so we had a large number to replace. We did keep some of the existing Youth Council, and those that are here who have been serving on the Youth Council already, if you'll just stand up and so we can or raise your hand so we can recognize you. Raise your hands high. I see Megan and Katie. Okay, and there's a few others that have served. So you're here in support of many of the new members, but there's also many who are at girls' camp and boys' state and other things. One thing I find interesting, and the parents who were just up at the Covington home heard this, but this Youth Council, the new group is chosen by the exiting group. And so it was a few months ago that the departing group spent 8 hours at the Covington home interviewing many very highly qualified candidates, and it was their job to determine who would best represent Washington City and who would be willing to make that commitment. And so we have a new group starting now. We're going to administer the oath of office to those that are present. We'll administer the oath of office later to those who were not able to be here. And then on August 26th, they'll have their retreat. And then in September, they'll hit the ground running. And incidentally, this year, they will be meeting right here in the council chambers on the first and third Wednesdays of the month. So we're really excited to be able to host them. We promise to do everything we can to accommodate and support this youth council. But before I invite the city recorder forward to administer the oath of office, I just want to read through the names of all of the new incoming members, and then the incoming members present will have you come forward and receive the oath of office. So, and when I read your name, if you're here, will you just stand, please? Megan Baird, Benjamin Behunin, Courtney Boone, Taylor Brown, Cambria Bushnell, Victoria DeLue, Keaton Earl, Cody Esplin, Grace Hatch, Leah Hench, I saw you there, Leah, yes. Tyrell Hughes, Josiah Morgan, I saw Josiah, yes. Rachel Paxman, Henry Roper, Sylvia Sagmiller, Sophie Staley, Tessa Stewart, Kalina Tucker, and Summer Casperson. All right. Tara, if you'll come forward now and make it official. And go ahead and stay standing, Youth Council. All right, we're going to get a picture here, but before we do that, I want to recognize the leadership that supports this youth council. Carmen has been with this group from day one, and we just really feel fortunate to have her leadership, her mentorship, and as I said earlier, this will just be a great experience, not only for each of you on the youth council. This will be an experience that you'll take throughout your lives. It'll make you better citizens, but it'll also just really benefit your families and those you interact with. It'll just deepen that sense of community, and it just kind of bonds those generations together. So I want to recognize Carmen. I also want to recognize the advisor, former youth council mayor. Let me make sure I say this right, Chris Lynn. And I really appreciate all the work that you do, Chris Lynn. I know you're very involved and have done so really selflessly after that. And also would be remiss if I didn't recognize the service of Councilwoman Casperson. She puts in a lot of time and service with the Youth Council, and others on this council have served with the Youth Council in the past, and we appreciate their service as well. Just a round of applause for the leadership that guides these youth. And parents, we really appreciate you. I want to invite, here in just a second, I'm going to invite the youth to come forward and take a picture together with the city council. And then before you leave, I just ask that you stay for the next item. And then after that, I'll excuse any who are ready to leave. It'll be a brief item, but we're staying for. So Youth Council, if you'll just come forward here, all of you in the middle, new and existing Youth Council, and then City Council, let's come down and gather around them, and then we'll get a picture and make.
Take your spot, take your spot.
Yeah, this youth council is the best in the state, and not only do they make everything run in this community in terms of community events and gatherings, but they also go up during the legislative session and interact and influence the policymakers that are making laws. And so, and maybe let me just throw out a challenge to this new incoming group. And I know we've got a big group. This is the historically big, and we're going to expand our bylaws a little bit to accommodate 29 youth this year. We have plenty of room here. We'll get a bigger bus next year when we go up north. But let me just throw a little bit of a challenge out to this new group, and whether it's this year or next year, but I would love to see this group come forward with some meaningful policy that makes a difference in the city, and work either with your council member liaison or this entire council and bring forward either some sort of an ordinance or a modification to an ordinance that is youth driven and that makes a difference in the community. So kind of consider that in your executive meetings and in your regular meetings, and we'll kind of keep our eyes open too, but I would love to see you instigate some policy that makes a difference in our community. Last item. Council, anything to say to the youth council before we go to the next item? Okay. We have a proclamation, and then I'll excuse you any to go. I don't know if it's like this in your neighborhoods, but in mine, I go up and down the street, and basically all summer, I see flags out on the streets, in the yards, just waving. And it just makes me so grateful to be an American when I see the colors red, white, and blue flying those flags high in the summer. And considering that today is June 14th, Flag Day, I'd just like to read a proclamation just as a reminder to something that we all hold so dear, and that's that American flag, and just kind of encourage you to fly that and respect that as going. But I'm going to go ahead and read that, and then the council is going to go do all the heavy lifting here tonight. And this proclamation says, whereas on June 14th, 1777, the Continental Congress passed a resolution adopting a flag for our new nation, the United States of America. And whereas the resolution specified 13 alternating red and white stripes with 13 stars on a blue field representing the 13 original colonies. And whereas the United States flag now bears 50 stars representing the 50 states who make up the greatest nation on the earth. And whereas the United States flag has become a recognizable and unwavering symbol of freedom, democracy, hope, strength, and abundance throughout the world. And whereas from the Revolutionary War to the modern age, countless American service members have fought bravely under the symbol of our flag to preserve the values for which we stand. And whereas every day the American flag instills pride, reminding us of the liberties that we cherish and the blessings which God has bestowed upon our land. Now, therefore, I, Cress Staley, Mayor of Washington City, along with the Washington City Council, hereby proclaim June 14th, 2023 as Flag Day in Washington City, and urge all residents to observe this day by displaying the flag and honoring all who have served and sacrificed to preserve the freedoms that the American flag represents. In witness whereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused to be affixed the Great Seal of Washington City, Utah, this 14th day of June, 2023. Youth Council parents, that was the best part of the meeting. You're welcome to leave or stay, but the best part of the meeting was the oath of office for the Youth Council. Thanks for being here. You're going to do a great job. It feels right. I know. Someday we just need to do that. Take a little initiative. All right, we'll move along with the meeting. Item 6, consent agenda. This is for approval of the minutes of the 5/24/23 and 5/31/23 council meetings. The board audit report for May 2023. Final plats for Red Trails at Sunrise Valley Phase 3. And an amended final plat for Standing Rock Phase 1. And also the award of the bid for the Washington Wills Park Phase 1 mass grading to Feller Enterprises in the amount of $1,044,255.69. Council, is there any need to further discuss or remove an item for the consent agenda?
So Mayor, can we just, item 1D, or sorry, 6D, just do that separate, just so we can read the number off?
I've had a request to, I've had a motion to remove item 6D from the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Mayor, just one quick, and I know this is probably just overshooting here, but just want to make sure that all the conditions were met on those two final plats, where the one is an amended final plat. I'm sure staff's already covered that, just make sure.
Duly noted. Let's circle back to that. I have a motion on the table to remove item 6D, award of bid, from the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Have
Mayor.
a second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6D, award of bid, is removed from the consent agenda. Staff, you heard the councilman's question about all conditions being met on the final plats. Eldon, do you want to talk to that, or is there someone else?
I definitely can't speak to it. They are in line to meet all those conditions upon recording.
You comfortable with that, Councilman, or you have further questions?
So they'll be met upon recording, but they're not met as of right now.
They're in line to be in concurrence with those conditions, yes.
As long as staff is okay with that, and we'll follow through, I think that as well.
No, I appreciate that, Councilman. I appreciate the way you do your homework. I'll be the last signature on that, and I'll ask that question to staff before I sign. Thank you, Councilman. Further questions or clarifications on the consent agenda? If not, I'll call for a motion to approve.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda for items 6A, 6B, and 6C.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates as stated,
I'll second that.
second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda items 6A, 6B, and 6C are approved. We'll move on to award of bid. Item 6D, this is consideration to award the bid for the Washington Wills Park Phase 1 mass grading to Feller Enterprises in the amount of $1,044,255.69. Councilman Coates. Councilman Ivey, one of you.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate that. Very thoughtful. Mayor, I would make a motion that we award the bid of Washington Wills Park Phase 1 mass grading to Feller Enterprises in the amount stated.
Have a motion by Councilman Ivey. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, and I think we should also maybe talk about how the bid came in much lower than the engineer's estimate, so.
Barry? Now, we don't want to jinx any future bids, but I agree with Councilman Henderson. This was good news.
We are very excited. Monday, I felt like $1 million.
Yeah, literally.
I felt really good. The low bid, of course, we just talked about it, was Feller at $1,044,000. We had 4 bids between that price and 1.2 million, so it was a real good competitive bid. I think the bid just above Feller's was JP. We all know them. They were $40,000 more, so it was very competitive, very close. And the high bid was 2.2 million, which was way above, those 4. But we felt really good about it, and are excited for this project.
Yeah. And Barry, while you're there, just for the record, talk a little bit about what this mass grading is going to do. You mentioned it briefly the other night at the groundbreaking, but talk about what this is going to do.
So this project is in a flood basin. We all know that. We, as our design, want to raise our 14 acres 2 feet. It'll keep us a lot safer, a lot better if we have water in there. As you know, it's in a basin, and so we have to keep the same volume in that basin in all the work that we do. And so in doing that, we're going to mass grade. We have permission from the BLM to do this. This is part of the maintenance agreement to maintain that basin. And so we took advantage of that, have approval to do that. And so we're gonna mass grade clear down below. We do have some preliminary plans for some things we'd like to do in the future. And so as part of this grading, we will grade for those plans also. So that'll help us in the future if that happens. We're still working through those things to get that accomplished. But that's one step closer. So we're glad about that. And,
they have to import material, or is it all on site?
No, this is all on site. We would like to, we'll have to see how it comes out. Would like to export some because that'll help us down the road.
Yeah.
But we'll have to find out when it all comes together. When you move dirt, it changes a little bit, and so your volumes, we'll have to see what those volumes are when we do the work. But we're excited about this. We're excited to get going, to award this, and then start in July.
Yeah,
start in July.
Barry, you're doing a great job. This is, we appreciate, we recognize all the work that has got us to this point. I think this council loves the fact that this park is being built in a floodplain on donated ground, on property that really couldn't be used for anything else. So we'll make it a nice public space. Thank you.
Thank you for your support in all of it.
Okay, I think we have a motion and a second on the table. Do we still have one on the table? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The bid is awarded to Feller Enterprises. And then council, just for my help, going forward with award of bids, do you prefer that to be on the consent agenda being pulled, or to typically be a separate line item?
I would like it just after the consent agenda.
To have it after the consent agenda, but a separate line item?
Just under bids.
Yeah, it's just good to be able to talk about the numbers and so that we if there's any questions that we may have received from citizens that we can ask them at that point, where we probably know about it, but they may have been asked a question. So I'd prefer.
Sounds good. I've noticed that happen on the last 2 or 3. So Tara, recorder, if you'll just make a note of that after consent agendas, if we have award of bids, if you'll make that a separate line item. Thank you, council. As noted, we're going to move item 7A after item 11A. So we're going to move on to item 8A, which is a conditional use permit. This is consideration to approve a conditional use permit C-23-06 to locate a 4-story hotel at 84 North Primavera Lane. The applicant, who I see here, is Reflect Architecture LLC. Eldon Gibbs, city planner, will give staff report, and then we'll open it up to the council and then to the applicant before voting. Eldon.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use permit to build a hotel located at 84 North Primavera Lane. Zoning regulations require hotels to obtain an approved conditional use permit. The applicant is proposing a hotel with 123 rooms. The proposal includes 145 parking spaces, which satisfies the parking requirements. The hotel did receive a 60-foot height waiver by the City Council on January 12th of 2022, and the proposal in front of us today includes a building height of 57 feet, 10 inches tall. The parcel is zoned service commercial. The area is designated in the general plan as regional commercial. Staff has reviewed the proposed project and finds that it meets the standards as outlined in the general plan and zoning ordinance. The building elevation and finishes are aesthetically pleasing and appears that this development will be a welcomed addition to the city. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on June 7th, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval of C-23-06, allowing for a hotel to be located at 84 North Primavera Lane. And that was on to the City Council and based on the following conditions as seen in your packet. We can scroll through these elevations here. This first one's the site plan. Front view of the hotel. Water park area.
Hold on a second. There's a little bit of a pool and a little bit of a lazy river.
Shouldn't say park with that, but
thanks, Eldon. Just keeping you honest, buddy.
Thank you. Here's the elevations here: stone, some hardy plank, some metal soffit and fascia, stucco. And then the floor plans, which we really don't dig into. Some non-colored elevations. And I'll go back to the site plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Council, what questions do you have for Eldon? At this time, I'd just like to invite the applicant's representative to come forward, and if you'll just state your name for the record and maybe fill just a few questions on this. We know you, but state your name for the record again.
Absolutely. Derek Wiggins, Reflect Architecture.
Good to see you, Derek.
Thank you. Yeah.
Did you design this?
Yes, absolutely.
It's a fantastic site plan. It's a great elevation. It's really, really nice work.
Oh, thank you.
Particularly love that stone that you selected there. It's just
it's
great aesthetic appeal.
We're excited for it. So the owners, they actually own the hotel just north of this as well, and I know they're equally as excited to have a second property here.
And that one's the Spring Hill Suites, and this will be the Residence Inn.
Correct.
A Residence Inn. Yep. Council, what questions do you have for Derek, the architect?
So the question I have is on the golf netting that you're extending, is it matching the existing?
Yes, yep,
Okay.
it'll be the same manufacturer, color, everything.
Okay, just want to make sure we're not changing things up like that.
You didn't want pink?
Well, I'm just worried I'll hit it more.
Mayor, I don't have a question, but just a statement that I'm happy to have another 123 rooms available in Washington City here soon, so pending approval.
Well said. Further discussion on this? I mean, we're going to go easy on Derek. Usually we're really hard on him. We're going to go easy on him tonight.
That'd be nice. Yeah.
This is what happens when you have a great Utah history teacher, right? You become a great architect, right, Thad? So.
Absolutely.
Well done.
Okay, thank you.
This is a great project. Appreciate you being here tonight. Council, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve conditional use permit C-23-06 to locate the 4-story hotel at 84 North Primavera Lane.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates.
Mayor, I'm happy to second that motion.
Second by Councilman Ivy. Let's go roll call. We'll start with Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
That is approved unanimously and in record time. Have a great rest of your evening, Derek. Item 9, resolution. 9A is consideration to approve a resolution requesting the Washington County Commission enact and present the ballot proposition to the voters, a sales tax up to 1% to fund the provision of emergency medical services provided by Washington City. Jeremy Redd will present on this. We did have a work session on this 3 weeks ago at our meeting, but I have asked Jeremy to present on this again before we have additional discussion. City Manager.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate that. Like the mayor mentioned, we did have a work session on this 2 weeks ago, but there are people here who weren't present then, and I think it's just a good refresher to go back over it. If I go too quickly or if I'm going too slowly through it, move me along. Let me know what you'd like. I'm going to show a couple of maps to start off with, just to give some context to the discussion. This map, everything in purple, you'll recognize as really our current city boundaries. If we zoom out a little bit, you can see all the way down to the airport on the south. And this map represents our current 5-mile by road response for fire. So if we have a fire in our city, we currently have 3 fire stations that protect our city: 61 that's on Buena Vista, 62 on Washington Dam Road, and 6446 that's in Coral Canyon. So you can see, based on the location of those 3 fire stations, we have currently everything within a 5-mile road radius covered for our community. So that affects our ISO rating, which is our safety rating for insurance coverage for fire insurance. So I think it's important to kind of recognize that. We're doing a good job. One thing that we mentioned is that we have upgraded our fire department. We've added trucks, we've added engines, and we've most importantly added firefighters to be able to reach this. 3 years ago, we were, 62 was not fully staffed. So although we had the 5-mile range, we didn't always have firefighters who are available to respond. And that's part of switching from part-time and volunteer to a full-time department. The second map I'm going to show you is the 4-minute drive time analysis. So now when you start into, let's move away from fire a little bit and move into EMS. What EMS looks at is, can they get to a patient within 4 minutes? And so as the city grows, as traffic increases, but mostly as we add more residents in various places throughout our city, this is the map that becomes a little bit tougher to implement. So you can see the white circles are our 3 existing fire stations, and you can see some fairly large gaps. If you can see my cursor here, there's a large gap here in Sienna Hills that is tough to reach within 4 minutes. And then as you head south into Washington Fields, you start to get past 4 minutes for the south end of the fields, Stuckey Farm, and the areas further south towards the airport. We don't have that 4-minute coverage. And I think it's important to mention, a little bit different than St. George. St. George has an agreement with Gold Cross. Washington City has no agreement with Gold Cross to provide ambulance service in our city. Gold Cross does provide ambulance service to everything west of Washington Parkway. And that is not by agreement, but just because they have extra capacity. But they do not have any ambulances that are stationed in Washington City. The closest ambulances they have stationed are at their office near Costco. So they're on the edge, on the west edge of our community, but they're not there. And so
Have you tried to work with them to get an agreement, or has that not been a goal?
we haven't spent any time
Trying to get
working
an
with
agreement.
Gold Cross.
Okay.
So essentially what happens right now, and we have some firefighters here, and Chief Evans, he was gone last time. So if you need to pipe in at all and correct any misstatements, please do. Right now, our firefighters get called out to the EMS calls, and they're really the first response when there's an EMS emergency in our city. And according to Chief Evans, about 80% of the time, our firefighters reach the patient ahead of Gold Cross. The only time they wouldn't really is if they were already in the area for some reason. They had already left a call and they happened to be closer and out. And then usually Gold Cross is somewhere between 4 to 12 minutes behind our first response. So the current situation is our fire department responds, they provide the first care to the patient, and then Gold Cross will come at a future time, minutes later, and provide any additional service they need, and then transport them to the hospital. That also means that Gold Cross does all the billing. We don't currently bill for any EMS that happens within our community. If I said anything wrong so far, doing pretty good so far. So this is our current drive time analysis. And you can see if we want to continue down this path, we really, it's incumbent upon us to find ways to fill those gaps at some future time. So the third map is a proposed 4-minute drive time analysis. If we were to add the 2 additional fire stations that we feel we need in order to fill those gaps in coverage. And the city council is fairly aware of this, but the city has purchased property on Washington Parkway to put in what would be considered a Sienna Hills fire station. That's just next to the Settlers Point RV Park on Washington Parkway. And this south red dot is a proposed fire station in the Stuckey Farm PCD. That
Jeremy,
can move a little bit, but we have that as well.
Can you talk just a little bit, unless you're planning to later, can you talk just a little bit about the shared station 6446 and the EMS coverage on the east side of our city?
Yes. So Station 64 is up here. I think most of you are aware. It's located in Coral Canyon. It's right on the border of Washington and Hurricane. And it's a 50-50 station. So Washington City pays for half of the cost, and we staff half of the firefighters in Station 64. Hurricane Valley Fire handles EMS coverage in the Hurricane Valley area and on the east side of our community. So everything east of Washington Parkway. So currently that's how that's handled. So we pay for half of the cost, and we cover half of the manpower. And
that's been a great arrangement, because not only are we sharing the facility, but we're sharing the staffing and the apparatus. So that's been a prudent use of taxpayer dollars in that particular station, especially.
Well, absolutely. I think
especially when we talk about our ladder truck and some of those things.
Yeah. We just spent $1 million on a ladder truck, but we were able to split that cost with Hurricane Valley and station that truck in 64. So what I'm trying to get at in this map is we do have plans, future plans, for 2 new fire stations that would fill those gaps. Now, as you discussed, if we decide to go a different route and we're only interested in fire coverage alone, not trying to cover that EMS gap, then we go back to different maps. We look at more of the 5-mile road mileage coverage. But if we're trying to fill EMS gaps, we need to get to those patients within that 4-minute time period on average to really make sure that we're giving them the service they need. So those are kind of the maps, and we can refer back to those if we need to. Let me pull up this presentation now. Oops. If you put it in the beginning, it helps. So let's talk a little bit about our current funding, and Brian's here if you have any questions about that. This is our 2023-2024 fiscal year budget that you just approved. You can see that our sales tax, we estimate we will bring in about $10 million in sales tax in this upcoming year, and a little bit over $4.4 million in property tax. So $14,470,000 essentially in sales and property taxes for Washington City. And our 2024 police and fire budget is budgeted at just over $13 million. So you can see that leaves us just $1,454,000 in tax revenue of property and sales tax that are available to fund other city departments, such as parks, streets, cemetery, all the other things that you think of as government services. Since the last time we talked, Brian put together some numbers for me, but you can see that Washington, that's about 90% of that sales and property tax that we have allocated to public safety. Hurricane is 73% currently, and that is because of the Hurricane Valley Fire District. Hurricane City does not contribute any of their budget towards fire. That is covered by the district, and they have an additional property tax. So their property tax is about double what it is in Washington City if you include their city tax and their Hurricane Valley fire tax. But then the city doesn't cover any portion of fire. So they're about 73% of that number, covering police only. And St. George, the last number that we had for them was 83%. So that kind of gives you an idea of in my mind, Washington City has budgeted and prioritized police and fire. I don't know how else you explain it other than that. That's the way I would characterize it. And I don't think that that's not appropriate, but we've done that to a greater extent than our neighbors. So when we're looking out at the time horizon and planning ahead for our future needs, Chief Evans would tell you this is more of an 8-year timeline. I would say 10. I even snuck in 12 just to give us some leeway there. But if that is the intention that the city council would like to continue on that path and continue that EMS portion, we need to continue towards those additional fire stations, additional apparatus, personnel, the 2 new stations, and then we know that we have additional remodel expenses at Station 62. Earlier, I think most of you in the audience weren't here for our work session, but we talked a little bit about impact fees for water, and we've seen exactly the same thing happen with our fire fees. When we set up some of these, it was interesting to look back in, I think it was 2007. We had budgeted and done an impact fee analysis, and I think they put in $750,000 for each of those fire stations. So then we redid it again. And of course, they increased those amounts, but as we continue to push those off, the cost of building these just continues to go up. So at some point, we need to decide that we're going to do it, or we're not going to worry about being in the EMS, or we're going to. I guess let's put it this way: not doing it is a choice to decrease our service levels. We won't be able to continue to meet all of our residents in 4 minutes unless we do something to increase the proximity to those residents. So based on this, between 8 and 12-year time horizon, I set this around 12 years. You're looking at $29,806,000 in additional funding that we need over the course of that time. So you're looking at that breakdown right there. Additionally, really looking around $3 million a year is the gap we're trying to fill in order to make those numbers work out. Any questions so far?
Yeah, I have a question. So you talked about 4 minutes. You talked about ISO rating. What does that do for homeowners insurance? If somebody is without the 4 minutes, they're 6 minutes away from a fire station. How's that mapped? How's that timed? what do the insurance companies take into account, and what does that do for a citizen's insurance rate if they're at 6 minutes or 7 minutes?
Yeah, you're going to get out of my expertise a little bit, but I'll give you my best shot. Chief Evans will probably help us out, but essentially your ISO rating is a number between 1 and 10. The lower the rating, the better the coverage is in your community, and the lower your insurance costs will be. So as you start to get further away, or as the city's rating goes down, then those insurance rates go up. So they look at all sorts of things. This is one of them. They look at, your proximity to fire hydrants, your proximity to these kind of things. So, but this is an important part of that. Right now we are a 2. I'm going off of memory here. Right now we have an ISO rating of 2. And the only city with a higher ISO rating than us currently is Salt Lake City, and they're a 1. We don't expect that we will stay at a 2. We think that's probably a little bit overrated, and we expect that to go down. But we don't want it to go down so far that it starts to cost our residents in their insurance costs.
Yeah, you had actually, before we opened Station 64, Coral Canyon was rated as a 9, and the rest of the city was rated at a 6. And so the residents of Coral Canyon got a letter. There were only 2 insurance companies that would insure their homes. If you hit a 10, you're not insurable. So if you get outside the 5 road miles, those pieces at the south end of the town, they likely, there's some water system pieces to that might make it possible. But the people that really see the biggest impact are commercial. And significant size companies won't come based on that number. If it gets too big, it costs them too much, and they just won't come.
And your experience, what would you say that number is? Is it a 3? Is it a 4? Is it a 5?
It definitely depends on the size, but it does seem to be that if you're somewhere in that 4 to 5 range, and you're pretty much in the running there. So, and there was another city there, I think it was Layton, that just went to a 1. To move to a 1, those numbers would be significantly higher. You have to want it and go for it. And most, even some of the ISO professionals say it doesn't really gain you enough, especially going from a 2 to a 1. So, and the other challenge when you talk about the 4 minutes is it's the medical side as well, because it's really 6 minutes that we look at. In 6 minutes without oxygen, brain damage starts to occur. And you have 10 minutes and the brain's dead, and there's nothing you can do to help somebody. And of course, you got to have a few minutes in there for them to call 911 and trucks to go, and that's where that comes from. But it really parallels on the fire side as well. NFPA standard is 1710, and it puts you at 4 minutes to 90% of your response area. So it kind of hits you on both sides. The hard number that hits you in the checkbook is the ISO rating, and that's the 5 road miles.
So when was the last impact fee study? What year was that?
I have a slide for that, but it was 2020. We looked at public safety as.
I'll go to my Chief, slide. If you'll just stay there or stay close, and Jeremy maybe continue on.
You don't even have to skip your presentation. I'll just hold off for my question.
I just like to adjust to you. So here we go. So our last public safety impact fee was done in 2020, and Washington Fields. This was a question that Councilwoman Casperson had at our last meeting. Did we include any fire stations in our last update? And we did. We included a Washington Fields fire station. The problem is, if you remember the way that impact fees work, you can only, so it was 1.36 square feet per residential unit was our current level of service. And we can only charge impact fee on a facility that will keep us in that 1.36 square feet per residential unit. And at that point, only $148,000 of that fire station was deemed as an eligible cost. So you get the complexity here. As soon as we try to add another fire station, we get ahead of the 1.36 per square foot, and it's not eligible for impact fee. But once you build it, then your new impact fee study will take into account that larger service and everybody who comes in after that. will pay to maintain that level of coverage. Is that making sense?
And when we did this impact fee, when the Sunrise did the study, if I remember right, it was 6 to 8 months. By the time it was finished, all the numbers were already bad. Everything had started to change at that point in time, and we knew what we had was really not what we needed anymore. But it was another 6 to 8 months, and so we moved up with that, but knew it needed to really go right back for another study.
Okay, so that's the impact fee piece. Don't go too far away. Just stay right there. They prefer to look at you while I talk anyway. So that's the time horizon, and that's the number to recognize on this slide is the $3 million per year that we would need to meet that time horizon. So
I make a comment on that last slide.
Yes.
So after we went into the Station 62, I don't feel like we need $5 million to remodel that. I would change that to about 300,000. And I can see a need to remodel the living area a little bit and to add some living area, but I don't see a need to spend $5 million on it.
Okay.
Like a tear down type remodel, I'm just not seeing it. So
it's a really valid and a good comment. I think as far as, yeah, we'll look a lot more as far as putting together the plan, but I think that's where we have some ability to go from, to move that number up and down as we're able to save some money, or if costs decrease, or we see other additional changes as we move forward. Excuse me. So a couple of different options if you're interested in filling that gap. I'm trying to give you some ideas of what could possibly happen. Property tax increase, you saw St. George look at this route last year. You saw Hurricane Valley Fire go down this road a little bit last year. Our current property tax revenue is $4.4 million. So if you're looking to fund that gap of somewhere in that $3 million range, doing it through property tax increases would be a pretty hefty property tax increase. And the assumption that I made here was a 20% property tax increase every other year for 10 years, which is a pretty standard way of doing it. It would increase the revenue to be able to cover that. Like I said, it's pretty unpopular. People do not like property tax increases. They hit only your current residents. It's just, it didn't work last year for St. George or Hurricane Valley. It wasn't a road that they ended up completing once they started down that road. The resolution that we're here to talk about today is tied to House Bill 392, which was just enacted this year for Washington County. That is a voter-approved EMS sales tax, which allows a city or a municipality or a district, somebody who provides EMS service, to levy up to a 1% sales tax specifically tied to EMS protection. It would have to be voter approved. I think it's important to recognize this is not one that the council can do. You don't have the authority to implement it. It must go to a vote of the people. The legislature is not given that authority to an elected body. You can go up to 1%. So in the calculations that I put together here, I think 1/4%, which would be 25 cents on a $100 purchase, would be a good starting point for us, and a place where if we implemented that and we started taking on more of that EMS role ourselves, then that gives us a chance to look and see what kind of revenue we might be able to bring in from the EMS piece and adjust that up or down as necessary.
Jeremy,
yes.
Is that 2.5 million per year?
Per year.
Okay. Thank you.
And that number is a little bit tough to pin down because it's only generated on the portion that is generated within Washington City. So it doesn't apply to the portion that is the fund that we pull out of for the other half of the sales tax. So it's our portion, and then there's some exclusions to it. Some things are not subject to this tax.
Jeremy, do you know which Hurricane Valley cities have passed resolutions? And do you know if there are any other cities in Washington County that have discussed this and maybe felt not to go this route?
You'll have to help me on the Hurricane Valley. Chief's
The,
more
uh,
up
the,
on them
the,
than I am.
from what I understand, the district had the authority to do that. And so they did that for all the municipalities within the district. And then Santa Clara and Ivins did.
So they've just elected to put it on the ballot, or did Hurricane Valley have the authority to just increase?
No, to put it on the ballot.
So put it on the ballot.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the cities didn't vote on it, the city councils, it was the Hurricane Valley Fire District that did it.
Which is basically the cities. That's who makes up the
Right.
board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Santa Clara did it as a city. You say Ivins did it as a city.
Santa Clara and Ivins are.
I'm not aware of St. George having had this discussion. So I think they've had it internally, but they haven't brought it to their council, as far as I'm aware.
And is this a sales tax increase across the board? So if I go down to Walmart and buy food, it's.
So food is specifically excluded from this particular tax.
Okay.
But more or less everything else that you buy would
Okay.
include this. So if you bought non-food items at Walmart,
What about candy?
check on candy for you to find
I just,
out.
I just want to clarify, I mean, there's a lot of candy in my house, so I just.
What about In-N-Out? Because it's processed food, so.
I mean, grocery store is what my understanding of it is. It's purchasing grocery store, not.
Usually at grocery, there's a difference too between grocery items and prepared food, but yeah, essentially. The other option, and I think it is an option, but I think it's worth recognizing, like I said, if we don't do something, we're making a choice as well. And that's just to stick with the status quo, which we've been successful with to this point. We saw our fire coverage map. We're able to cover within 5 road miles. But as we continue to add more, there are really some imminent growth areas in our city that are here, or they're right at our doorstep. Sometimes when we do these master plans, we're guessing where we think that growth might be. We know that growth by the airport is here. I mean, it's going to happen. It's going to happen this year. We know Long Valley is here. We know that Sienna Hills is here. The places that we're lacking we're not betting on the option of them coming. They're here.
Jeremy, let me ask a question. So I know this conversation has come up because of new legislation that happened this year. What was our plan for moving forward last year before this legislation ever happened? How are we going to pay the bills at that point? I know that we had a plan, and what was it?
Prior to this legislation, this was really the plan. And we've been working that plan for the last 2.5 years that I've been here with Chief Evans, which is prioritizing public safety and adding new firefighters. I think we've added at least 3 per year, every year, sometimes more. And so we've been filling those gaps. And that is the status quo option. Look at the new public safety master plan. I think if we decide that we want to go the status quo route, we certainly need to update the master plan with the new fire stations and with the new costs. The problem, like I mentioned, is that increase in service levels can't be funded out of impact fees. So we're going to be in a spot that's somewhat similar. We're going to be able to capture some of that, but certainly not all. It's not the end all be all. So what we will do is we'll continue to push the sales tax levers that we have. We would continue to approve neighborhood commercial and auto mall projects, and really do whatever we could to try to collect as much sales tax as we possibly could. But that means, again, we've all sat here when residents come in and say, I'm fine driving to St. George to get my groceries. Don't put a grocery store near me. So we have to balance those things. We have to look at that. There's no real way to send all of our sales tax to St. George and continue to look at this option.
So Jeremy, each time a new home is built, each time a new commercial project is built, we have increased revenue to go towards this, right?
We get $416 every time a home is built in Washington towards this. Now, the bulk of that goes to pay for our debt on the police station, and then a small amount goes towards new fire engines, things like that we've budgeted in the master plan for fire.
So we do expect, if this doesn't pass, if we decide to go with the status quo option, we will have additional funding coming in, especially if we kick up our commercial development a notch.
Yes, I mean, I would say it's not guaranteed, but we have seen increases
But
each year.
most likely.
We've seen increases each year. It would really, we could run some numbers for you, but it would take that where I'm saying 8 to 12 years, and it's going to stretch it out. So if you have to build a new fire station, and we're trying to do that out of our own sales tax money, you know, how far does that stretch that next station? And then when does the second one come? You're probably putting it more on a 20+ year path to get done what we're looking to get done. Because the problem is you can't take all of your increased sales tax and give it to public safety either. You know, people they need the potholes fixed. They need they demand the parks and the trails and all the other things.
Right, but it'll increase, you know, the same percentages that it has always increased. And right now we're okay, and we're not in an emergency situation right now. Is that correct?
No, I don't want anybody to walk away thinking we're in an emergency.
Right.
Certainly
Okay.
not. But you know, I think one of the things that's been great about Washington City is we don't wait until we're in the emergency. We're trying to look ahead and say, what is our plan? And again, any of these options are viable plans. They just come with pluses and minuses. So the minus to the status quo option is the time. It's just going to be a much longer time horizon.
And that kind of leads into what my question is. What's the latest date to get this on the ballot? Because I have some other questions I want to ask, but I want to know that question first.
Well, I don't know the drop dead date, but I think pushing the election back helped us a little bit. I imagine we have a few more weeks if we want to do that. Do you know a drop dead date?
They've asked for it by July 1st.
Okay.
So does this need to be dealt with, addressed this year? Because we just finished our fiscal budget, and it would seem like it would be really wise to have this discussion as we approve our fiscal budget rather than after. I mean, I don't know, we probably had discussion. I don't remember those, but you know, I was very clear in our workshop, and for me, where I'm at is, you know, tax increases, they're not popular, but sometimes they're necessary. But, you know, Washington City is the second lowest tax levy in the entire state. And that's because of a reason. We do more, you know, with less. But I also feel like, as a city council member, that our duty isn't just to inform the citizens what we're doing, but to ask them what they would like us to do. And I don't feel like that we've got that input yet, for me personally. I don't feel like that there's a risk not to move forward tonight. You know, you mentioned, Mr. Red, choosing not to expand is to choose a decrease in our EMS services levels. But the key or the caveat to that is over time.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it just seems a little bit rushed. Not that anyone that knows me knows my support for public safety. And I hope that is being conveyed, but fundamentally, our biggest responsibility is to our citizens and what they would like to have happen or what they would like to see happen. But for me personally, you know, what I asked for in our workshop, you know, and I said, I'll never say never. My mom told me not to ever say that, but it would have to be very compelling. I would need citizen input. I'd need compelling data. I need to look in the couch cushions before, you know, I could just move forward with a tax increase, no matter how nominal the cost would be, because we have prided ourselves on that over time, that we're going to do more with less, and we have. But I want to know if now's that exact time, or if this is the starting discussion, because I'm just feeling a little bit pressed with this, is my feeling, council.
Can I make a comment just to address when you talked about timing? So the way that this would work timing wise is if the council asked to have it put on the ballot, in my mind, where you collect the input of your residents is when they go and vote on it, right? Now you're going to hear the input from all of your residents, not just those who are more active in your community. You're going to hear whether this is the way that your residents want to fund or whether they would like you to look for a different option. So that's how you hear the residents. As far as timing, if it went on the ballot in November, it wouldn't be active until the 1st of 2024. And then there's always a 3-month lag between the time that a sales tax is implemented and it starts to come to the city. So you're really looking at your next year's budget as the budget that this would be implemented. So at this point, as far as budgeting, we would know whether or not the tax was implemented, and then we would budget for it in the next cycle, or we would choose a different option.
I just want to add my thoughts right now. I really appreciate Councilman Henderson's questions. And I have great support for our fire department and a lot of respect for you, Chief. And I feel that in our community too. I see it in our community, the great respect and support for you and for every firefighter. But I just do not support the increase in taxes. And so I'm not in support of this resolution, but I'm obviously very supportive of you and the work that you do in our community, and I feel that in our community as well from our residents.
So I have some more questions. I appreciate those words, Councilwoman Casperson, and I feel the same way. I don't want to increase taxes. I hate it, but sometimes I'm looking at quality of life. Right? We implemented a RAP tax, which has helped boost our quality of life in our parks. And I look at this and I'm like, well, is this going to boost our quality of life? And when I mean quality of life, that saves our lives. But I think there's something between all these, minus the property tax. I don't want to do that one. I don't think anyone's favorable to that. But and one of the things that resonated with me in the last meeting was when we were told, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, that 60% of our calls, or is it the opposite, is from outside of our city?
Yeah, and that's not a number that we came up with. That was the district, when they pulled that number. They found that 60% of their response was basically from the tourists.
So that's countywide, right?
Yeah, well, it's probably a third. 2/3.
Okay. Well, I looked, so the number, what resonated with me is the fact that we are servicing tourists. We're a tourist area, and they're not helping pay for anything. So I'm sitting here going, well, should we get a little bit from them while they're buying their drinks or their sodas and their candy, right? Like, or whatever they're buying to help our EMS and fire in that process. So I'm sitting here going, how do we keep our level of service and have that? And I also think we should relook at our impact fees, because like you said, they're off numbers that aren't real anymore. And I'm not saying do a full study. I'm saying, hey, what if we just took the estimates, updated them, and said, hey, this is what it would be if we went down that road. I don't know if it's that easy or not. It's probably not. But I'm just sitting here going, maybe there's a in between, because I don't want to increase taxes, but I also don't want to be in a situation where someone's hurt and we can't get to them in time. And if we would have just been there 2 minutes earlier, that's what I'm struggling with, is the safety of our community versus some tax. Because I've always felt like I'd rather pay a little more money to help to have a better quality of life. That's why we're all here, is the quality of life. But I think we're also here because of the low cost of living too. Well, historically was.
Used to be.
I'm not saying it is now, but historically was. So I don't know. I'm open to discussion. I'm looking for us. Is there grants? Is there other things we can do? Like, because what'd you say, 29 million, Jeremy? That's a million. That's a lot of money. And I'm not saying it's isn't justified. I'm just sitting going, how do we grow? If there's a way to not do tax, let's not do it and do it other ways. And I'm thinking mixing the ideas. So it's just a thought for the council to think of. I'm open for ideas. I think these are 3 ideas that you've came up with. 1, property tax. 2, do this sales tax or not do anything. But I think there's a fourth one where you kind of mix some of them together.
Well, every time we have new commercial, and we get that sales tax, that's from citizens and those that are visiting currently. So
Yeah.
there is, that it's been said that they're not contributing at all, but every time we have more commercial and that sales tax,
You're right.
they're paying for. So as we have, I feel like this council in all of our past meetings has shown that we're supportive of commercial and have approved of, many new commercial areas that we're going to be bringing in new sales tax revenue for our city, which will benefit our fire and police departments.
One thing that's also unique to our city is that we have a lot of second homes. So when normally people would be here 100% of their time spending money and gathering sales tax on them, they're at their first home. And so that's another factor that kind of weighs against us just a little bit.
So can I make a comment, maybe, Mayor, if I could, addressing a couple of things from Councilman Coates? Last time we did talk a little bit about TRT, transient room tax, so I brought up a slide on that, recognizing that the municipal transient room tax is 1% of any stays in a lodging property of under 30 days. And so you're looking at hotels, whatever Airbnbs are legal and paying their taxes, which is a different number than the number that we have in our city. But you can see that 1% contributes $358,000 to our municipal budget. So Councilwoman Casperson is absolutely correct that when people purchase goods within our city, they are helping to pay for the sales tax. We have maxed what the state allows us to do as far as hitting those visitors directly with transient room tax. Now, again, the county brings in about 4.5% of transient room tax for every hotel in the county that someone stays at. The second thing I would mention, you talked about somewhere in between, and I'll make this last comment and then I'll let you guys comment. You do your thing. There is certainly a somewhere in between option. And that's what I like about what you're doing tonight is if you choose to move this forward, you're not implementing a tax. What you're choosing to do is you're choosing to put it on the ballot to allow the voters to allow you to implement the tax. And so if the voters say no, you're not allowed to implement the tax. If they say yes, then you come back and you say, okay, up to the 1%, where do we want to go? Or do we want to do nothing? So I think it's important to recognize that putting this out there does not mean that even if the voters voted yes, that automatically implements any sort of tax or a 1% tax. That then gives you the authority to come back and you would have to just determine what that tax rate would be if you wanted to implement it at that time. So I just want to be clear on that. This is not implementing the tax. This is asking for the authority to do it at a future time.
That's the only other piece that I would add too is it is going to impact the Southern project that you put out is when you talk about commercial, because those are the folks and they won't hit in that coverage. So that and what it takes time wise anymore, which some of you know better than they're telling us that, even transformers are still 18 months out. Some of the equipment it's 2.5 years if you said yes to build a station today. Just to even get the supplies in.
Chief, what would, within the context of EMS, if we transported on that 80 to 85%, which would potentially be 100% of the medical calls, our firefighters, which are mostly paramedics, what would that revenue look like on the transport fee, and how would that assist the budget?
So the transport fees are state set as far as it goes. There's they have all the numbers as far as flat rates and whatnot. Right now we're licensed to an advanced EMT service. And we do have a number of paramedics as well, but our operating level is an advanced EMT. As far as that transport piece, those numbers seem to vary. We haven't really dug into it really deep yet.
But would it be safe to say hundreds of thousands?
Yeah, I think that would probably be pretty safe to say. We hear some tell us that they're, some are pulling in millions as far as it goes, but most of those numbers we see are doing interfacilities, which would not be a service that we would be providing, more of just the 911, the essential government piece of the ambulance business. But yeah, it would pull in some costs for sure. And that was our understanding with some, that was kind of their plan to offset the rest of from this piece if they were able to get this passed. Their revenue off their ambulance would really, between the two, balance their whole budget.
Thanks, Chief. And I want to hear more from the council. And I know Councilman Martinson has probably some points I'd like to make. I really appreciated the discussion that we had on sales tax. And there's no doubt that this council has been really committed to be open for business and finding opportunities to bring in new commerce, which helps with that top line. So sales tax is part of the ways that we fund public safety. The other component, the property tax, to me is more frustrating, and a lot of you have heard me say this, but the state legislature has set it up so that as home values increase, the property tax rate adjusts so that even in unprecedented inflationary eras like we're in right now, we're still collecting and helpful to the homeowners, right? Because they're not paying a higher property tax, but to cities who rely on that, we're having to pay for firefighters and apparatus and cost of fuel and all those costs with a stagnant level property tax while the costs around us are all going up. So the frustration that I have that frustrates me so much is that the gap is widening. And as it feels like while we're doing everything we can on the one hand to put in motion projects that will increase the sales tax revenue, we're losing ground on property tax, even on a new build property tax, because we're just not collecting enough to cover the service. And so, council, I really, this is a tough situation because I know each of you value our firefighters, as do I, and we want to, but these are serious. And for me, I had to just, I'm a pretty simple guy. For me, the reason that when this bill passed, that I brought it forward for your consideration is that I personally don't feel comfortable making the vote on issues that are literally life and death without putting out to the public for a vote. So while I wouldn't vote on this resolution, my only vote would be if I got it on the ballot. And that would be with the other 30 to 40,000 residents with our community. The only vote we would have in our own response time, in our own public safety, in our own EMS response time for my family would be on my vote on the ballot. And I can't think of a more difficult situation to be in. But long term, at some point, we're going to have to do something. I don't know if that's tonight or if that's sometime in the future, but something at some point we'll have to give because 90% soon, becomes the need will outgrow the total revenue of property and sales tax at this rate. Councilman Martinson, your thoughts?
I got a bunch.
I know you do.
So I'm going to go.
And they're good thoughts. We've had great conversations.
Hopefully. I'm going to go back to that ISO rating. I really want to try to understand that as it hits a citizen, a homeowner, as it hits commercial. So let's say we are at the 2 right now. Mm-hmm. Let's say we don't do anything, we stay status quo. Obviously, there is a huge need for a fire station closer to the airport because of that project we have going in, that commercial project. But what does happen? Speaking dollar-wise, I want to put, if you can, a percentage. So let's say their insurance is, I'm just going to say $1,000 a year. I don't know what insurance is because it just gets paid on my statement. Let's say we do go from a 2, and let's say this takes us up to a 5. What does that mean for the average homeowner who's paying $1,000 a year? What does that look like on their insurance bill?
So this is a tricky part of it, and something that most of us that have to do the other side of this review for ISO, which is a group for most of the major insurance companies, and then most of the small ones just use it. Most agents can't tell you the factors on the backside. They don't know. We get called on a probably at least 3 or 4 times a week to confirm an ISO rating. The homeowners in Coral Canyon saw a significant difference, but they went from a 9 to a 2, and they were able to buy insurance anywhere after that. What would happen with it with those is we'll go to a split rating, and we'll go to a 9, or it'll be a 9X and a 2. And so the people or whatever builds outside of that 5 road miles, which is their hard piece, some of them won't be insurable. And like I said, they say that for the most part, especially in that small piece from 2s to 5s and that kind of stuff, most homeowners won't really see that much of a difference. It's the commercial property that pays more in that insurance, and that's who really sees it. And that's what we've been told is that's who will watch that. And there's especially some of those bigger corporations, they have a number set. And whatever that number is, they won't consider moving into a jurisdiction that doesn't have it.
So is there a way to find out that information? Because I am definitely data driven, and
sure.
I like to make decisions based on data. And so it would be interesting to me, and hopefully most of us here, to see what that means. Because if we're talking, let's say average, let's go back to the homeowner. Let's say average homeowner, it goes from a 2 to a 5, right? And let's say their insurance rate doubles. That's $1,000 a year. Does the average citizen actually spend enough money in Washington City if this passes and we increase the tax by 25%, the 0.25? I'd like it to be interesting to see that difference in what that sales tax paid versus their increase in insurance would be.
Is it likely that any homeowner in Washington City is going to go from a 2 to a 5 if we don't pass this tonight? That's what I'm wondering, because
no, it won't happen.
A year ago, before this legislation passed, we had a plan, right? We knew all that development was going to come in the south part of town. We had a plan. So what was that plan?
Well, like I said, our plan was what we're doing right now, which is that, we'll just get it a piece at a time. Now, ever since I've been here, Chief Evans doesn't think that's a great plan, right? But that's been our plan, to go a little bit at a time as funding comes available. The problem is that as quick as we're growing, it's really tough to just, it feels a lot like we're treading water, not like we're making progress towards that goal. So, but that was the plan.
As of right now, we're not collecting any impact fees for the fire station at Sienna Hills.
We're not. It's not even on the list, the master plan list.
Has there been any discussion with St. George City to try to, like we've done with Hurricane City, to try to, because I know that they have a lot of growth, and that our southern border as well. And so has there been any discussion to try to, cover the costs to be able to cover those areas?
There have been 2 discussions that I've had. Chief might have had many more. We've had discussion with St. George City to talk about something like a 64-46 situation. That hasn't received a lot of traction. I mean, they're just a lot larger than we are, and they haven't been that interested in splitting something like that. We've also opened up discussions again. Those of you who have been here a few years, remember when we talked with St. George about joining the automatic aid, meaning if they have a fire station that's closer to one of our residents, and you can see from this map, even on the east side of our community around Riverside Elementary, is that Riverside down there? That's the right, I'm getting the right school. There are going to be fire stations in St. George that are closer to some of those residents than our 62 on that west side. So if we can get St. George to help us with an automatic aid agreement, then that would help our ISO rating. The mutual aid agreement that we currently have doesn't factor into that. And every other jurisdiction in the county, looking at you to say yes, has joined the automatic aid agreement, but not St. George yet. So we'll continue to work with them on trying to get them to join that.
Everybody that impacts us as far as it goes, everybody that's close enough to do that. So the district has, even Colorado City, Santa Clara, and Ivans all signed it. That has been ongoing discussions for the 10 years I've been here. And it's never even been a possibility. It's been a hard no, not interested. Even at the automatic aid piece, let alone a joint station.
The automatic aid is the first step. If we can get them to do that, they potentially have a fire station going in Desert Color that would, or I'm sorry, Desert Canyons that might be helpful to our southern end by the airport. The airport fire station doesn't count because those firefighters and apparatus must stay on the airport property, so they're not allowed to leave because of planes landing and taking off. So yeah, it's a very good question, and it's one that we've addressed again with the new city manager in St. George. I know Chief Evans has addressed it multiple times. That would be a great first step in our relationship, and much easier than joint fire stations with our neighbors.
I'll dig back into the ISO. I had a family member that actually worked there for a year and a half for ISO, doing the rating side of it. And he couldn't tell me what the formula was on the backside. I haven't found most agents don't know. Even the people that call, they can't really tell you. But somebody out there really has the answers. We just haven't been able to find them yet. But we'll give it a whirl again.
Reasons we don't use ISO. We do other certifications with because they do all sorts of different ratings, right? And so we're food grade quality product, and we don't use them because of that, because they can't give it. And we haven't tried really hard because we have a really good service already. So you touched on property tax. I know none of us here likes increases in taxes or fees or anything. What is, again, going back to the average homeowner, 20%, what does that look like as a dollar amount to the average homeowner in Washington City if that were the option?
Brian, can you come and answer the councilman's question? And I've had the same question. So what would help me, and maybe this is what you're asking, Councilman, is can you give us the average, like the property tax to Washington City for an average home, a typical home? And then I've actually done some math on what 0.25% sales tax might cost an average homeowner. So you're gonna look at the data, aren't you, Brian? So while we're waiting for Brian to turn his computer on, I just ran some numbers, and you probably already ran these knowing you.
I have not, but that was going to be my next question. What does the average citizen in Washington City spend in Washington City?
I don't know that answer, but I did jot some numbers down. So let's say that the residents voted to approve an adjustment to the sales tax rate because of the level of service that they want from EMS. And that this council chose to enact that at 0.25%. If that were the case, then someone who spent $10,000 in the city on non-grocery items would be $25 for their, so, let's say 50,000, somebody that's a big spender would be $125. I suspect that Brian's going to come back with a property tax somewhere between $400 and $600 a year. So, but I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just kind of throwing numbers out.
So I'm going to beat him to it based on the property tax presentation we did last year, and you can look forward to this exciting presentation in 2 weeks. It depends on the value of your home, of course, and it depends on whether or not it's your first or second home. So if the number we did last year was a $400,000 home value, I think we probably need to bump that up. I doubt that's average in our community or even close to it, but a $400,000 home that is your first home, your Washington City tax is $220.22 as of last year's rate. And it'll stay somewhere similar because, as Mayor Staley said, as the values go up, the rate goes down. So that's what you're spending on all the services, government services for Washington City and property tax. Does that sound right, Brian?
All right, we'll stay up here, Brian, because you're still next. Your fraud resolution's next, so you're on deck. Councilman Martinson.
Yeah, so first year you'd go up $44. So you'd be at 264, right? Is that my math correct? 220 times 20% is.
You're talking about if we raise property taxes?
Correct. I'm just trying to look at all different options.
Depends on how much, yeah, but if you went up 20%, it would be 20% on that 220, so.
Okay. I'll do some
$45.
So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the average citizen spends in average Washington City resident spends in Washington City. And I don't know where we find those numbers. I don't know where we can, but to see, let's say the average citizen does spend $10,000, $25 as an increase. So I like data, want to make sure we're making the right decision. Again, none of us wants to have an increase in any taxes. We actually want to try to decrease taxes. And I think one of the other things we can do is we've hit this already in previous meetings, is we really want to look at our general plan. And I've been, as I mentioned in the previous meeting, I've been looking at zoning regulations, and I've been looking at other cities and what they're doing. And I think we can make an impact. We talk about commercial and the need for commercial, and we talk about multifamily. We've got more multifamily. One of the recent reviews and podcasts I listened to talked about all of Washington County. And if all of Washington County were in the same type of, let's say, arrondissement, I don't speak French, but the same style of their buildings, we could all fit in a 2 square mile radius on the backside of the Black Hill. We're pretty spread out. Now think of our ISO rating there. We could have a fire station on one side and a fire station on the other, and they'd probably give us money to offer their service. They wouldn't, but we need to really look at those things as well. We need to look at our densities. We need to look at the commercial. We really need to go back to that general plan, and I think it's a more urgent than what I've been feeling in the past, because we have had that exponential growth. Home prices have gone up. We talk about the middle home prices. The median home price has gone up 96% since 2019. Most people can't afford that. So we are looking at multifamily. We're trying to do a good job, and I think we're trying to get ahead of that 8 ball, but I think we're still a little behind it as it relates to our general plan. And if our general plan was such, with the multifamily, with the neighborhood commercial, with the larger commercial, I don't know that we'd have as many residents come out to those zone change meetings, because it complies with general plan. And that's kind of where I'm at on all of this. We really need to look at, that's a lot to do within the next 2 weeks if we table this tonight. But I would really like us to just really push that general plan in conjunction with this, because I think updating that will help us to increase our sales tax revenue, will help us to increase that commercial, will help us to increase our impact fees, will help us bring that 20 years, if we stay status quo, it could potentially bring us down to that 10 to 12. If we continue to work with our economic development director, and she's doing a fabulous job, but rezoning for general planning differently with different pockets of commercial, because we do have the need, and we've had the need for years. So those are just my thoughts on it. I really would like to see some of that data if we can. I'll crunch some numbers on the average, now that gives me a percentage to go off of for a sheet, and then what the average citizen in Washington City spends in Washington City proper. And then also something else to consider, that if this does not pass and St. George City passes, Hurricane City passes, what's that going to do for residents in those cities, right? Say St. George puts it at 0.5%. Does that mean we're going to have more St. George residents shopping in Washington because our sales tax is lower? I don't know what that impact is, and it's all theoretical at this point in time, but just some thoughts that keep me up at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Mayor, can I
please,
make a couple
Councilman.
comments? So I really like what these 2 councilmen are talking about. I know that this is a really easy way for us to get new revenue for the fire department, but I think there's other ways that we can get new revenue. And just because I've really struggled with this, because of course I support the police and the fire just as much as anybody else does. But let me tell you just kind of where I'm at on it. A little bit emotionally, I've struggled with this, because I truly get phone calls each and every day of the week, including Sundays, people looking for work. The economy is not very good right now. Contrary to what you might hear in the media, People are struggling to pay their bills. My understanding is right now that household debt is the highest that it's ever been in the United States, and personal savings is the lowest it's ever been in the United States. And so, you know, for me, I don't know that there's any good time to talk about tax increases, even though it's a small tax increase. But for me personally, right now is for sure not the right time to talk about tax increases. And, you know, I've struggled a little bit with it because, you know, it's not us actually voting on a tax increase. We're voting to send it on to the public. And I have to disagree with my friend Jeremy just a little bit, because I know if we send this to the public to vote on, not all of our citizens will be voting on it. Maybe 25%, 30% will come out to vote. And so my feeling on that is it's the people that are going to be affected the most by this that probably don't have time to go and vote. And so for me, I have a yes or no vote on this here at City Council. And, you know, if it happened to get on the ballot, I would be a no vote on my personal ballot, because I'm an automatic no on tax increases unless there's an emergency. But I'm in the position as a city councilman to kind of nip it in the bud right now. And so for me personally, right now, I don't feel it's the right time to be increasing taxes. So I'm gonna be voting no on it. So that's just where I'm at. So
We all received an email from a young man a couple of weeks ago, and he was kind of pleading, laying out his life to us and trying to say, please do all that you can, because I don't even bring enough money in the month to pay the hard bills that I have. When you consider inflation and the high interest rates that's there now, that requires governments to even tighten their belt a little tighter. And we've always taken great care of our public safety, you know, and we want to continue that. But I think just as a way to move forward is that we need to have these discussions in depth well before we consider a tax increase. We need to look through our general fund, our general plan, and all those things that these great council members have mentioned tonight. Because for me personally, I agree with you, Councilman. I would vote no as well, because I know that at some point it's easy to make a decision when you're absolutely committed to it. But for right now, there's too many unanswered questions for me, and too many things that we haven't overturned to look and see what's inside. So, as I said, I'm a vote no as well tonight.
So can I ask you some questions, Chief?
Sure.
Is there temporary solutions? Like build a, so that I'm just sitting here thinking of ways to save money. And could we buy one of those tent things that's half the cost to store our fire trucks in, and get a temporary site somewhere that's, could be like, maybe there's enough funds that we can allocate to purchasing some land, and in the meantime we get some, like, I wouldn't say metal coverage because those can get pricey too, but like I would call them like hay barns or something that's, hey, I don't know if that's even feasible, if that meets the code. I'm sitting here wondering if there's ways to get more services down to the south in a temporary solution and maintain.
You could kind of get halfway there to meet the requirement to count no show. It has to be a climate control building, so it has to be something you know, a little bit more substance than a hay barn. It of course it won't change the response. It'll change it on paper, but it'll still be 12 or 10 or 15 minutes before someone gets there.
What? You're saying if it's not air conditioned?
Well, I'm saying that I hope that we're not planning to move or have our firefighters live in a hay barn.
No.
Where the vehicle's parked.
But what?
So they wouldn't be there, but the vehicle would be there. But it doesn't. So
I was
it
thinking
sort
about
of
moving
does, but it doesn't.
I was thinking about moving your office into the hay barn.
That's fine.
And Chief Williams can join you. But
well, that's pushing it over the edge there. But I mean, mine's fine.
No. The question I had is, maybe you build a smaller facility to house the people. And then, I don't know, I'm just trying to think of ideas of things because it's a lot of money. I mean, they're big trucks. I mean, that doesn't include cost. We got to spend another $1 million on getting the truck too, right? So I don't know, just ideas out there. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ways to make it work with what we have. I totally get where the council's at. I don't know where I land with this because I personally don't want to be in a situation where I don't have police and fire to me like that. I live out in the fields. I'm probably on the edge already. It's a good thing. I don't know. I just get nervous and I hate to see the residents not having them. So that's my concern, but
I do like where you're going with that because it's thinking outside the box, right? And it's what if we did find a piece of property, just throw an idea like you did. What if it was the metal facility, climate controlled, fully insulated for housing of the equipment? And then what if you did, like, let's say a tiny house or 4 or 5 or 6 of those on that same piece of property where each firefighter had their own space. It's a weird idea. It's a crazy idea, but what's the cost comparison of that versus a full-on fire station? What are the implications of that? Is that even allowed?
I think there's a couple implications. We can surely put the numbers together for you, but one of them would be just that you put all that money into it, and then we're going to come back and ask you to we're going to do the same thing we're trying to do with the dam road. We're going to build what we shouldn't have built, and we basically wasted most of the money. And I know that in that class 3 weeks ago, that's what I went to, and I took the plans to multiple architects. That's all they do is public safety buildings throughout the United States, and all of them said the same thing that the local architect said. You're wasting money to try to do a half remodel. The plan they've drawn up for you looks really good.
And I don't agree with that. So, but let me tell you this. I'm pretty confident that we will get the funding that we need on this. We need to not forget, we have an auto mall that's coming. We have a lot of commercial development that we're working very hard on. We're going to get new sales tax revenues from all of that stuff, which will help us to build these new buildings that we need. I agree with you. We need new buildings, and I think we'll get there. We're working hard to develop our sales tax base. We're working hard on that, and it's going to come. And when those auto dealerships come, we're going to be getting quite a bit of sales tax from that, and that's going to help us out in this department. But anyway, I just don't think it's the right time for us to be discussing raising taxes on our citizens. That's where I'm at. So,
great discussion, Councilwoman Caspin. Did you have something to add?
Well, I just appreciate this conversation, and I've been thinking about, ways that we can be able to, get the funding for this. And I was just thinking, the state, rather than adding an additional tax, can we work with our representatives to, try to get a greater, just of a small percentage more to be able to cover more fire and police? Because they had over $1 billion surplus, so why are we going to add more taxes? Let's use the taxes and try to advocate to get more, percentage back, or, try to explore all the options we can with, working with St. George to give, automatic coverage. I know that they just had those hearings, and I'm sure that everyone was watching to do the tax increases. And so I feel like they may be more prone to, be up for ideas to be able to share costs where they seem to be lacking some funding. But I agree with Council Henderson's, I just appreciate his words that, we're going to be able to, it's not a matter that we're going to be in this dire circumstance, that we have good commercial and sales tax revenue that's going to be coming in. That's going to be very helpful.
Council, really appreciate the discussion. It's helpful to know where each of you stand here tonight after our initial meeting. Jeremy, thank you for an excellent presentation. Very valid data, valid points. Chief, we appreciate you It sounds like we're going to continue to ask you to do more with less, and that's not going to probably change anytime soon, but we're going to keep working any way we can to try to make sure that our residents have the coverage necessary for life-saving measures. And so we take that serious. Council, this is the discussion has been had. This is your time to vote. This is your vote as to whether or not you want to send this to the people, the residents, to vote or not, or whether you would like to delay this and vote at another time. So you can vote to approve, deny, or table this resolution.
Make a motion to deny a resolution requesting the Washington County Commission enact and present the ballot proposition to the voters as sales tax up to 1% to fund the provision of emergency medical services provided by Washington City.
I have a motion on the table by Councilwoman Casperson.
I'll second that.
We have a second by Councilmember Martinson. We'll go roll call vote on this. Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
The resolution does not pass, and the residents will not be voting on this proposition.
Mayor, may I make a comment really quick on that?
Go ahead.
I'm still going to ask for the data because I still want to do that research on my own outside of this, just to get some numbers together so that we really see, so that I can personally see what the opportunity is.
Yeah, we'll still collect that data. I have that. I'll certainly update the property tax for our discussion next week, and so I appreciate your interest in it.
You know, we're gonna move on to item
Mayor,
9B. Councilman.
Mayor, can we just continue to have this discussion periodically so that we can
I don't think we have a choice but to continue this conversation. I think the train is running out of track very quickly, and the options were property tax, sales tax, or status quo, and I don't think status quo is an option. So definitely I'll be bringing this back on future agendas for the council to wrestle with, along with the city manager and the fire chiefs. And I think another point that needs to be made on this too is that funding of police or funding of fire also affects the ability that we're able to fund with police. And we are at a disparaging, we're at a disadvantage with some of our neighbors in the way that they're able to fund for their public safety. So we have a challenge in front of us, and we'll have to figure out how to move through that. Item 9B, this is, Brian, I'm glad you're up to the front now. 9B is consideration to approve a resolution accepting the fiscal year 22-23 fraud risk assessment. It doesn't get more exciting than this, Brian. Bring it up, show us the score sheet, and show us how we did on our internal controls.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is the annual fraud risk assessment. This was developed by the state auditors, and the purpose of the fraud risk assessment is to measure and reduce fraud, abuse, and non-compliance in local governments of all sizes and types. So here's this scorecard that the mayor is talking about. There's a total points of 395 points you can earn. The higher the score, the better. So just like last year, we scored 355. So we're at a very low risk. We're right on that edge of the very low risk. And as you can see in here, there's 2 questions that we did not score on. But other than that, we were able to, we received all the points for all the other items. So this year, as was last year, we have a very low rating for fraud risk. So, and we're always looking at new ways to increase internal controls and improve internal controls and do whatever we can because we want to limit the amount of risk to the city. Do you have any questions about the assessment?
On number 4, I noticed that's a big one every year, right?
Mm-hmm.
The employees and elected officials. Is that every single employee?
Part-time, full-time.
So I think we
Everyone
talked about
here-
this last year. I don't know. I wish it wasn't part. I think it's the silliest part. And so it's our little protest. But asking.
But we're still getting an A.
Asking each and every employee to sign something saying they will be ethical is a waste of time, and it doesn't make them ethical. So if we're not hiring ethical employees and training them well and have proper oversight, I don't need their 20 points.
I like the righteous protest, so.
About a month ago, they did send out a survey to me about this to reply what was working, what wasn't, so they could be making changes or trying to improve it, but as of this year, that's where we stand on this.
Further questions or discussions, or are we ready for a motion?
I'll make a motion if we're ready. Make a motion that we approve a resolution accepting the fiscal year 2022-2023 fraud risk assessment.
I have a motion by Councilman Martinson.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. Roll call. Coates. Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson. Item 10, ordinances. This is 10A is consideration to approve an ordinance amending the general plan land use map, modifying certain open space areas, and moving the affected areas into the not determined land use designation. City Planner Eldon Gibb will present on this item that has already been come through the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Washington City is seeking to amend the general plan use map in areas throughout the city limits. Many of the currently designated areas labeled as open space are being amended to the designation of not yet determined. This change is to help with the public's understanding of land that has been set aside for future determination of specific land uses or development plans. For years, the Planning Commission and City Council have heard from the public through public hearing process that they thought or understood that the open space designation was a permanent designation. In reality, jurisdictions have always set aside acres of undeveloped land into the designation of open space as a placeholder to see how development would be driven by land use demand or land use needs of property owners, the city, and its citizens. This amendment would leave the Tortoise Reserve, Chenab Kaib area, and several of the sheer steep ridges on the southeast side of the city in the open space designation, while the remaining of the current areas that are labeled open space being moved to the not yet determined general plan designation. Staff has reviewed the requested change and is supportive of the proposal, finding it to be in harmony with the general plan and its intent and purpose. The Planning Commission reviewed this request at their June 7th, 2023 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval for G-23-04 to amend certain areas as shown in the general plan land use map from the current open space to the proposed not yet determined designation as outlined above and shown on the exhibit attached to this report. And I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, City Manager.
Let me just start with a comment. I know I've talked to a few of you. We had talked about this and talked about this and talked about this. So I asked Drew to err on the side of speed over spending a lot of time to try to determine which areas should be in and which should be out. I really felt like that's something that you as a council can wrestle with. We've talked about Councilman Martinson really wanting to get involved in this. Those are the kind of things that we can take a lot more time to pull items from that not yet determined and move them into an open space designation, which would be more of a true open space at this point, or what residents would recognize as open space. So we can go through and we can talk about individual places if you'd like, and I think we're open to whatever you want to do. Just the longer we talk about that, the longer it takes to get this changed. And so I asked him to err on the side of speed over everything else. But again, this is council driven. So if you want to take the time to look at each of these places, we can.
And
Council thoughts.
Yeah. So Jeremy, I appreciate you getting ahead of this and getting it out, because it was quite frustrating on our end that it kept coming up. And I'm glad we have it here in front of us, but I think we swung for the fences and are gone a little too far. And really it's just because there's some stuff and the example I gave you was along Washington Parkway. We have dedicated open space. It's deeded that way, so we should just leave it that way. That way, along the rivers, within the floodplain, that should just be open space. So I would like to, I mean, my opinion is I'd like to table it and like, let's bring it down a little bit. Because I agree with you, but there's some stuff I saw in here, I'm like, that should have never been changed. Like, everything around Coral Canyon, it's pretty much done. So why isn't that just staying open space, right?
I completely agree with you, and I'm open to let the council set the timetable on this. I don't think this is a staff-driven endeavor, so
I would like to.
I don't want to take another L tonight, so you guys do what you want to do.
No. My opinion is I think we should table it for 2 weeks, and I would like to take a stab at what I think should stay, and I'd be happy to share it with the council and say, this is where I'm at of the stuff that we know is already done, but that's just my opinion, and go from there.
Yeah, I was looking at the same thing. I noticed the space on north of the parkway. That's Washington Parkway. That's open space per the approval.
What?
Right? The PUD.
No, but that's all PUD. See, that needs to be all one thing called PUD. That's actually a PUC. PCD. So that's all should be PCD. Long Valley should be all PCD. We shouldn't be defining anything in those because that references the master plan. So those couple little things, I think we could have it fairly quick, and then we can deep dive into it for like the bigger areas of commercial and stuff like that. I'd like to table this. So
I'm seeing general agreeance, council. What are you thinking?
Just add what Council Coates is saying. I think that open space is an all right designation as long as there's a definition as to what it means as well. I think that those are open space, and then with definition that what it details, and I think that can move forward nicely.
Our city code does define open space.
But we could enact that if we chose to.
Well, no, I'm saying it does exist. That definition is there.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Then I'd like to make a motion that we table.
Hold on, Councilman Casperson.
I was just thinking, I understand and I agree that, that this should be looked at more carefully too, but what if we approve of this tonight so we can get it on this map on the Washington City website, and then we can do a deep dive into it and then, look at it.
I know what you're saying. Jeremy said the same thing to me, like, hey, let's get it going. And I'm sitting here going, but then does that give someone to say, well, you have
now you're wanting to move quickly.
I'm just saying.
I changed my mind if
I was
Jeremy
worried
thought that way.
Take your gun. I was more worried about the other ramification of saying, well, it doesn't say it's determined. I can go build in the floodplain, or I can go do this kind of stuff. Now, I know they most likely wouldn't, but I just thought 2 weeks, we could look at it. These are areas that I think we could clean up real quick. And that's all I was thinking. But I do get what you're saying. I'm glad it's here today. I think in the next 2 weeks, we could have this figured out in the next council meeting and still err on the side of caution, but have it a better map. That way we can spend the next couple months figuring out this general plan.
Your thoughts?
I'm comfortable with that.
Has he made his case well enough, Councilman
I like
Martin?
it as well, because then it doesn't create duplication of work for city staff. Because if we do this tonight, we approve it, they're gonna have to go into GIS, do all their stuff. I don't know how much work that is.
Do you think it's reasonable to do this within the next 2 weeks is one question. Then I see legal counsel looking to chime in. Thad.
Add to Councilman Martinson. The other thing I like, I'd rather you table it so that if you pass that and then come back again, you probably need to go back to the planning commission as well. And so if it's just as described by Councilman Coates, just needs some definitional and a little more drill down. I think just table it, let's work on it. And
Is 2 weeks enough, Eldon? Councilman, 2 weeks enough, you think, or do you want to table it to a July meeting?
I would ask for Eldon what the workload is.
You really have to have it by next Wednesday.
Yeah, it just gives you a
Sounds
week.
like it's an all weekend, like, let's do it, Jeremy.
How much time do you have? I'll put all. Juneteenth is Monday. We can just come and
Sweet.
grind.
Well,
it.
that's our date then.
What's
Sorry, Elder, you don't get
what's
a
the
vacation.
second Wednesday in July? Is that maybe a reasonable time frame?
I'm fine with that too. I'm trying not to hold it
July
up either.
12th, Mayor.
Does that sound reasonable, Councilman? July 12th?
We've got a few holidays in July. Maybe you go to July 26th and
I don't think, I mean, we've been like this for a long time. I mean, July 26th, give us time to get it right, knowing that there's an urgency.
Something just to think about too on the rivers. Those can change. You can mitigate
No, I
out
understand.
of those. So that was kind of the reasoning
But
on that.
I appreciate that, but those floodplains can change, you can fill out and push in, but ultimately what I think about that is that we could even have a little note on the bottom, it is a general plan, right? These aren't hard lines, but hey, along the river, wherever that floodplain is currently, I mean, you can go and amend it and push it way over, that would be the identification. And we would base it off the current FEMA floodplains.
Comfort level for July 12th or 26th.
Let me ask a question first. Eldon, as far as overlay zones and other land use, does this have any bearing or effect on those at all?
no, these aren't zone designations. These are just general plan designations. The zone map is an independent map, and then overlay just going to stack on top of zone map.
And then whatever date you're leaning towards, the only other one I would ask you to look at is Washington Dome. That goes clear along that bench. The majority of that is BLM. I think it makes sense to look at a proper boundary line for open space along Washington Dome to prevent further scarring on what some might not think is a very pretty hill, but I do. And it's not buildable, frankly. So
You ready for a motion?
do you have a date that the council kind of is agreeing?
I'm gonna shoot for the 12th. In worst cases, we table it again.
I was just wondering really quick, is there anywhere on the Washington City page that kind of shows that we are working on this amendment or no? So the general plan that right now they just see open space.
This is a definitional issue just with the existing plan, so we haven't had any hearings to change it. We're just really trying to decide what to cover, what label to use for the area that's traditionally been defined as.
Okay.
And so it's an internal, project for us, by us. There's no applicant that's waiting on this. It's just us trying to decide how we want our map to read.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we table item 9B, 9B, 10A. That's right, 10A. All right, I'm gonna start over. I'd like to make a motion that we table item 10A, amending the general plan land use till July 12th meeting.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates.
Second that motion.
Second by Councilman Ivy. Let's go roll call. Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson. Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson. Coates.
Aye.
And that is tabled until July 12th. And likely you'll have to have all the data in by July 7th. I'll be updated to get it into packet. So. Item 10B, this is consideration to approve an ordinance amending a renewable resource policy. Welcome back, Power Director Rick Hansen. Looking forward to hearing from you on this item.
One of these times we'll put Rick towards the front of the agenda, but he enjoys sitting back there with it.
One thing I've really
I don't know, after tonight, I'm a little bit nervous, so.
I think for Rick going forward, I'm looking to get walk-up music. You know how they have that in baseball and things? We need.
So are you asking the council which one of them support renewable resources? Is that what you're here to do? Because we're going to get them all on the record here tonight? No.
Yeah, you can't. Anyway. You have in the packet, I tried to detail in the briefing document the proposed changes, updates, whatever you want to call them, to our renewable resource policy, which is basically rooftop solar. Some of them are straightforward changes, others are due to changes in the industry, if you will, and needs and problems we've found over the last couple of years. And we have to do this periodically just to make sure we're kind of up with the times of where things are at. I'll just highlight 3 or 4 things. You've had it in your packet, both a red line or a markup version and the clean version. So the first big thing is we currently have a capacity cap of 2,500 kilowatts or 2.5 megawatts, and we're right at that level right now. And we're recommending that cap be bumped up to 4 megawatts or 4,000 kilowatts. That'll probably get us at our current rates 12 to 18 months, maybe 24 on the outside. Again, that's a pretty straightforward. It just gives us a pause point to where we can evaluate, are we experiencing any problems with these systems? If not, there's no reason not to move forward. Item 2 in the briefing document, we're requiring, in fact, Mike Roosh has actually met with, I think it was 13 companies so far to try to get ahead of this, where he personally meets with each company, goes over our policy, how it works, how it doesn't work is probably more important, and what the process to get a permit approved through the city. The next one is we'll establish a residential capacity limit of 16 kilowatts, unless there's an extremely large home with extenuating circumstances, and we have the options to look at that if needs be. We haven't had very many, only a couple that have exceeded that so far, but the trend is they're trying to push the limits a little bit, I think, beyond what they should for homes. Item 5 in your briefing document, this particularly will impact the older part of town that have older homes. If their current service entrance doesn't meet our current standards, they'll be required to update those to our current standards, which basically means a breaker on the outside of the house. So if you have a home that has just a little meter base and then it goes in the house, there's been some creative installations done that I guess technically could meet code, but I don't think it's in our interest or the homeowner's interest to create another problem. Probably one of the other bigger items is for the review process, we're going to require all new applications to go through a third-party review before they're submitted to the city. And that will simplify the review process on our side of things. And I think the more important part is the codes and requirements at the state and even national level are changing quite rapidly on this. And the third-party reviewer that's on our current list, he's on the NEC committee on the solar section, so he's very well up to speed and up to date. And again, the effort there is not only saving staff time, but to make sure the installations are done properly and safely for our customers. And that's the main changes. The other ones are in your briefing document. If you got any other questions, I'll be glad to answer them. So far the program's worked well. And then we also, one other thing is the first meeting last month, you approved the updated buyback rate of 6.5 cents. So this policy now just references the current rate instead of having a fixed amount shown. So as the rate changes, it just flows through in the policy automatically. So that recent change was from 4 cents to 6.5. So, which will be substantially higher, I believe, than any other utility, at least in the area. So
that's where we want to be higher, just to make.
Yes, because it's giving citizens back. I do have several, just for my personal information. So the overall cap, I like that you're increasing that. That's I read somewhere that's first come, first serve, right? So once we hit that 4,000 kilowatts, we review it again.
Yeah, we've never not allowed it to move forward, but it gives us a pause point to say, is this working?
Just in case.
Mhm.
16 kilowatt, that's per house. That one makes sense. In one of the clauses, it said historical average. Is that based on a rolling 12 months? What is that? It says that the renewable energy cannot
120%?
exceed the household energy usage on a historical average.
I've
What's
always
that average?
I've always done that on base. I went back for like the previous 2 years and just taken the highest. That's never come into play so far. It hasn't even actually come close.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we weren't going back like 3 months in December, January, February, where the usage is going to be low. So,
and occasionally we'll get a newer home that doesn't have that, so it,
that's judgment.
But that has so far has never really stopped an application from coming through.
And then on the approved third-party reviewer, are you open to accepting other third-party reviewers? Well, so what if the installation company has a third-party reviewer that they really like, that they present to the city, and the city says, hey, we like these guys?
We would have to vet them at that point. I said this in the power board meeting. Oh, by the way, the power board did recommend to you, the council, I forgot that last week. But these plans are typically signed by a professional engineer. And what I've seen, a lot of them are lacking. So if it's particularly that same engineer that we're having problems with, so we'd have to do a pretty good vetting process. But yes, we would be open to other third-party reviewers, but they'd need to be pretty independent from the solar company, not one that they've kind of picked. So
correct. Just in my industry, we're pretty risk averse when it comes to single sourcing. And so it'd be nice to have that secondary or third tertiary resource. The next one is, that is an additional expense. What does that generally cost a homeowner to do that third-party review?
What we've been doing up to this point in time is any systems in the last probably 6 months that have batteries, we've been sending them to that third-party reviewer, and then they've been billing the city, and then we in turn bill the customer. It's run generally between $100 to $200. I think the rate's like 95. If it's a simple, straightforward system, I would estimate about $100. And most of these systems, based on the information, are running anywhere from 30 to 60,000. So it's, I think, a pretty minimal cost. And again, I really think it protects the customer as much as it helps us too.
Yeah, no, so not significant. I was thinking it was thousands of dollars.
No,
so
no.
That's good. And then on one of them, you talked about the 12.47. I don't know what 12.47, 69 kV. I don't know what that is. And what does that mean for like an older home or
It
that?
doesn't, for a homeowner, it doesn't mean anything. What that would prevent is say Walmart wanted to come in and cover their entire store and half their parking lot and wanted to connect directly to our distribution system or transmission system, and we don't want to be in that.
Okay.
So it has to be on their service level.
Okay, perfect. And then there was one 76C, was it II or 11, solely determined by the city. I'm one of those where I don't ever like to see solely determined by the city or by a single party. That's where Thad might disagree with that, but what if
one
the
was that?
76C, was it 11? I can't read my own writing.
Oh, 11I.
So the need for, if renewable resource project requires special engineering studies, the customer shall be responsible for all costs. The need for additional system engineering studies will be solely determined by the city.
And I guess I'd probably push back a little, saying, so if Councilman Coates come in and says, nope, this isn't going to hurt your system at all, I don't we need to have the right to say, no, we need to look at this to protect ourselves and the adjacent customers. So I understand what you're saying, but that's the reason why it's not that. I mean, some of these outfits are very good and others aren't, and they think they can do whatever they want. And so that's, and again, that hasn't been an issue. Again, some of this is kind of preemptive, and what we've seen other utilities experience issues with. So,
thank you.
How many applications do you guys get for this a month? Just curious.
The last probably 6 to 8 months, probably 5 to 6 a month.
Okay, because I get salespeople nonstop, at my house. So
And
I'm
with the
always
change-
wondering, is everybody doing this except for me? But
Well, there's some people out there telling them that that's the truth, or what's going on, or that we've had companies tell people that their city is requiring them to, and we've had all kinds of issues with
We've
that.
also had, and we've talked about this before, some who are saying that the city won't allow you to, and here we are increasing our capacity
Correct.
now, so. And we do
Correct.
have the capacity, Rick, we have the ability to, like our system can.
Yeah, we
can-
actually-
Can
we looked at-
accommodate the load, the additional load.
Well, it's not actually, it's serving, taking some of their load.
Right, but it's transmitting on our.
Yes, and I had our GIS employee go through, and so far, the most we've had on a single transformer was 4 installations, and it still was about 50% of the capacity of the transformer. So far, it hasn't been an issue, but as time goes on and we get more systems, we do have to be probably more vigilant on doing that, so.
Well, I appreciate it. This looks like just an update to what we've done in the past. I think it's
Yeah,
great.
as far as the billing mechanism and how we charge normal rates for anything we deliver to them, and we buy back at the rate shown what they deliver to us, none of that has changed at all. It's more administrative type changes, so.
Council, further discussion, or if not, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
Mayor, it was a good discussion with Power Board. They're our experts. They recommend it. I think it's good for our residences and good for the city to keep moving forward, and I appreciate Rick and his team for doing what they do. I'll make a motion that we approve the ordinance amending the renewal resource policy.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates,
I'll second that.
second by Councilman Martinson. Let's go roll call. Did I start with you last, Councilman Ivy? So it looks like we're at Councilwoman Casperson,
Aye.
Martinson,
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Thank you.
Ordinance amending our renewable resource policy is approved
Thank you.
unanimously. All right, we're going to move on to item 11, and then we'll circle back to item 7A. 11A is the Finley Farms Weatherby Way Improvement Agreement. City Manager Jeremy Redd, City Attorney Thad Sigmiller will explain that to the council. Then we'll move back to 7A, which is directly affected by this agreement. Jeremy.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. Hopefully, we've been through this enough that we won't have to spend a ton of time on it, but we'll see. Up here on the screen is a map, and you'll recognize this, a map of Weatherby Way, and the used to be 6 different phases that surrounded it. This is a new ownership map, so some of this has changed now over time, and that necessitates us coming back and asking for an adjustment. So if you'll remember, what we did the last time we met on this project is we approved an agreement. Number one, they have to move the NRCS line, and the NRCS line will be in Weatherby Way. So we approved to the final plats contingent upon the NRCS line being funded and moving, which has happened or is in the process of happening. It's now been funded and it's in the process of moving. Number two, that they had a signed agreement to build Weatherby Way, that they had an accepted cost estimate for Weatherby Way, and that they funded that as a cash bond to the city to get that done. What's happened since then, the NRCS line has been funded and is now moving. We're in the process of moving. The parties, the different various parties, were not able to come together on funding the cash bond for Weatherby Way. So if you look at this map now, like I said, a lot of the parties have changed. And then if you see this part up here in the purple, that's designated Mike and Sean on your ownership map, that is the townhome project that's coming before you after this item. It did not get included as a final plat approval in the first round. So, but it would, those owners would be included in this agreement, as would the other owners marked on this exhibit, except for the pink that is marked as Capital Funding One LLC. So that is the ownership group that is not able to participate, or let's put it this way, all of the other owners have come to the city and said, can we put together an agreement that doesn't include Capital Fund One LLC so that we can get this done? And then when Capital One comes, they would make a similar agreement with the city, or most likely it would be their portion of Weatherby Way would be built when they construct their piece. So the agreement would be a full build out of Weatherby Way on all the parts marked in red, which means we would get full build out of Weatherby Way west and east of the Capital Fund One parcel, and they would go through the same agreement. We have a new agreement in the packet. It would be between the new ownership groups that are included. They would also have to have an accepted cost estimate approved by the city for their portions of Weatherby Way, and they would have to fund the cash bond, just like our previous agreement anticipated. I would say Bob Hermanson's here. If he has any questions, he's worked very hard on this with what I would call the remainder owners to come up with some plan for the city that might be acceptable. If you look at this map, the idea would be Weatherby Way would be done. People would be able to use it. They would use these other two streets that are in the tan area to access Weatherby Way until that other parcel came through. And to answer Councilman Ivy's question before he asks it, we also have mentioned the hillside and the issues that have happened on the hillside in that green area, and the developers are well aware of that, and that they'll need to mitigate that as they come forward with their construction drawings.
Is the Capital Fund Group, is that a lending institution that took back possession of?
I wouldn't want to talk about that at this point.
Okay.
It's just,
I mean, have we had any contact with them?
We haven't talked with the creditors. You'll see the individual names on those other ones. Those are just representatives of the owners. The owners are entities. Those are the names of the individuals that have been working on this solution. Capital Fund One LLC, its main challenge is it's been slower to change ownership than the other phases, and so it still kind of has most of the same attributes connected to it that caused this to bog down the first attempt.
So one thing that I'm looking for is how are we doing with the interest on the cash bond? Is it the same as before?
So this agreement is substantially the same as before. I removed the interest on this provision on this contract, so there is none.
So they get the interest?
Correct. So on the first one, I think it was a negotiated concession by the city to split that. We've taken it out of this one.
and I would say that this anticipates building a lot quicker. As soon as that NRCS line is in, they intend to build their portion. So before, the interest was a big deal because we didn't know how long it would take for the NRCS line. So we might hold that for a substantial period of time. We don't anticipate doing that this time.
Is there a time frame of, like, in the contract that basically says that after this date and it's not built, that we can go pull the cash bond and build it? Because
Yes.
I want to. What?
Correct, there is.
What is that?
12 months was the time frame.
12 months after, like, the NRCS lines moved, because that's kind of a contingency.
It's 12 months after they sign the agreement and fund it.
And if they have not moved forward, we can pull the cash bond and go build it. Okay. I'm more comfortable. I appreciate Bob pulling this together. Him and I talked earlier today, and I talked with Jeremy about this. It's not the best solution. It's not what we all wanted, but sometimes bad things get messed up with things, and I think this is a good solution to.
Though, Councilman, I remember when this came through this council, and I see a lot of wisdom in the insistent that Weatherby Way be tied to the approval. Because had this council not done that, we might have been in a position where we don't have any options on the property owners or developers to be paying for the road. So I'm glad that we vetted this project the way we did.
I just want to add that it hasn't been easy on staff, especially in the planning and zoning office, to keep their back straight on the council's conditions. The applicants have been tough on them, right? They feel like there's been plenty that have talked about how this is hard or a hardship on them. But staff have stayed strong with it. We have let them know, look, this was an explicit condition stated by council, and it's not even imminent at this point. I think this is a better solution than what we've got. And I think if they come through with funding, which so far it appears that they have the capability and the desire to take care of that, it'll be better than what we've got, and we'll need to work in the future to get it all finished, but we'll be a lot closer.
Do we have a time frame of when that has to be funded? Like, is there like...
Not right now. So there's still some work that needs to be done. They still haven't provided the cost estimate for the project for the road sections in red. And so there's still some final details. And so if the council's inclined to approve it, that's our request, we would ask that you add a condition that says just pending city receipt of an approved estimate by Public Works and funding of the cash bond. So that this contract, we wouldn't sign it, we wouldn't take it to the mayor for signature unless those two conditions were satisfied. Public Works is happy with the estimate and the road plans, and Brian and Finance are happy with the cash bond.
You mean you want the check to clear? Okay. I know Brian will watch that.
We'd like just a check this time. We'd like to get started with a check, and then we'll check and make sure.
No, but to the councilman's point, is there a time frame? I know there's an urgency because they're not able to get their plat approvals until this is done. But is there? I mean, how long do we wait?
The contract doesn't have any time frame right now because it's not been signed, right? And so our goal is to get this to where they'll sign it. Time frames kick in once they've signed.
They are highly motivated.
Okay.
To get this done, I will tell you.
But that brings another question. Sorry, Brett. Just on the time frame of if they sign it, say tomorrow, right? We approve it and it gets signed tomorrow, the agreement. Then they take 4 months to get it funded. The 12 months starts here, right?
The 12 months start when they sign the contract.
Which won't be signed until the check's delivered.
In theory, they sign the contract when they're funding the agreement. Last time the contract got signed, but it never got funded.
So it would be appropriate, if you're concerned about that, to give them a time frame and say this agreement lasts 6 months. If you don't sign it and fund it, then it has a sunset date, if that's what you want to do.
Well, I think you answered it for me, is that as soon as they sign it, they're handing you a check, right? So you're not going to agree to the signature. The city's not going to fully agree to it until the check's in hand anyways. So that starts the clock. And if it never happens, it just dies anyways.
And none of those final plats will be recorded until this happens as well. But as soon as they bring us the accepted cost estimate, fund the cash bond, sign the agreement, then those final plats will be accepted and they can start building homes. And at that point, after 12 months, we can step in and build the road if it hasn't been built. And in the meantime, they can build the road and ask for draws from that amount to pay for the road.
So this should help the wheels start moving a little bit down there, because it's kind of an eyesore. So, I mean, if the staff is comfortable with it and all of the legal paperwork's in place, I mean, I don't see what our other alternatives are. It's kind of a mess. So.
Yeah, and there's, in some of the, the tan shaded areas, there's concrete on the ground. There's improvements that need to be dedicated, that need to start to be getting used and maintained because they've got warranty periods on them, but just before it gets even messier. We need to put those into service and get this area going, and so this will help with that.
This gives them a way forward. Council, who wants to make a motion on this? You ready?
I will. I'll make a motion that we approve the agreement for Finley Farms Weatherby Way improvements with the conditions that the estimate is provided by the engineer and approved by Public Works, and the second condition that the cash bond for the roadway be delivered before approval of the agreement. And the third condition is that the agreement be signed by all parties.
Okay. Council, you've heard the motion by Councilman Coates. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilman Martinson. I'm going to go roll call on this. Casperson?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Martinson? That agreement is approved. Let's go back up the agenda to item 7A. With that agreement approved, we're prepared to discuss and consider approval of a preliminary plat for Desert Haven Townhomes Phase 3 amended, located at approximately 4300 South and 600 East. Eldon Gibbs, City Planner, will present on this, and then I'll invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. On April 13th, 2022, City Council approved the preliminary plat for Finley Farms Townhomes Phase 3, which has since changed the name to Desert Haven Townhomes. During the preliminary plat approval, City Council added the condition that, I'll paraphrase here, a temporary 26-foot wide piece of asphalt should be put down in place of Weatherby Way. And the applicant at this time is asking to lift that condition to move this project forward. The relocation of the NRCS line has taken longer than anticipated, and the applicant is asking to remove this condition. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on June 7th, 2023, and recommended to remove condition number 16 added by the City Council during preliminary plat approval. And that was on to the City Council based on the original findings and conditions. And I am happy to answer any clarifying questions you may have at this time.
All right. Questions for Eldon?
The only question I'd have is, should we make a condition that they are a part of the agreement for Finley Farms? The Weatherby Way improvements as part of this, just so that they are. I'm just saying, should we make that as a condition so that it's clear that we're not just releasing this and you can do what you want, you're a part of that other agreement. So that would be my only condition I'd add, is that.
Sounds reasonable. Council good with that? Want to take a stab at a motion?
Okay, if no one else wants to.
This is right in your wheelhouse. Go ahead, Councilman.
I'll make a motion that we approve the preliminary plat, the amended preliminary plat for Desert Haven Townhomes Phase 3 with the findings and conditions provided by staff with, do I need to state the removal? That with removing of the requirement for the 26-foot paved road of Weatherby Way and adding the additional condition of the Weatherby Way will be constructed per the agreement of the Finley Farms Weatherby Way Improvement Agreement. Okay.
That sounds right to me, Council. You understand the motion? Legally comfortable with the motion? Okay, I'll look for a second.
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Martinson. Ivy?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Martinson? Casperson?
Aye.
That is approved unanimously. We'll jump back down. Have a good night, Bob, Randy. Thank you, guys. We should have moved you to the front, not the back.
I just wanted you to sit through taxation. I know.
She's been moved up quite a few times too in the past.
Okay, all right. It all works.
Let the
It all
record
evens out.
reflect.
All right, we'll go on to item 12. Cue the walk-up music for our Finance Director, Brian Brown, as he prepares to give the Washington City Financial Quarterly Report. And Brian, what would that walk-up music be if it were a thing here?
What kind of music would you think Brian would listen to? 'Cause
Chariots
I
of
know,
Fire.
No, I know the answer to this.
Chariots of Fire.
Brian is like an '80s metal band kind of guy.
No,
He would.
I would
It
do
would be
everything.
Metallica or. It doesn't fit his personality, but this
See,
is
I
not a
think of
joke.
I think of this movie Megamind where he goes, it's all about presentation. I can't remember the song that plays when he's.
I think we should implement a song for every director.
We might
in the
do that
city
if we
and just play it as they walk
If
up.
we have many more of these long nights, I'm going to just have those queued up, and I'll choose. All right, Brian, take us through the quarterly report.
Or you could go with ABBA, Money, Money, Money.
That's exactly what I was thinking. ABBA, money, money, money. There you go.
All right, so it's that time of year again where we present the quarterly report. And this covers July to March 23rd. So just to start off, this gives you a big picture of all our funds, a summary of all our funds where you can see the revenue and expenses. We'll go into the general fund a little more in the enterprise funds, but I just wanted to point out the capital projects. On there you can see the capital projects include streets, public safety, leisure, and general capital projects. So that's any of those items that they do capital projects, which is usually $50,000 or more. And where you look on the expense side, you see that green line that jumps way up. And the reason why that jumps way up with capital projects, there's $1 million spent on the streets, and the general capital projects there was $2 million spent. So that's why we see the big increase on that. And like I said, the general fund and the enterprise, we'll kind of go over those in a minute. So moving on to the general fund, mainly the revenue that composes most of the general fund is taxes, and that's property tax and sales tax. So the sales tax as of this year, we've collected roughly $6 million, and property tax $4 million. And so they're both, sales tax is up about 12%, and property tax is up about 11%. The license and businesses, that's your building permits and your business licenses. That's down due to impact fees, the decrease in building. Charges for service, that's going to include your golf course, Washington City Community Center, cemetery, zoning, sub-development, and development fees. And that's up that's up 14%. And golf course, we saw $125,000 increase this year, in community center $110,000. Moving on to miscellaneous, the big jump there is due to interest, and I have a slide on that. So overall, the general fund, the revenues are up about 7%. Then when you look at the expenses, they're up about 18%. When I looked at it, it was mainly due to wages and other projects. There was the fire did a GPS Opticon system that was budgeted, and that's why the expenses are up higher on that. So once again, the expenses up compared to last year at the same time we're up about 18%. So that covers the general fund. Moving on to I mentioned building permits. They're down a little, or about 26%. But the good news is April and May, we saw they were back up. So roughly I'd estimate about 700 permits for the whole year, where last year we did about 796. So we'll be about 96% down from where we were last year. And I just include forever on this because I like to include back during the Great Recession, so you can kind of see how the building permits fluctuate from there. RAP tax, this shows all our collections, distributions, and then the amount committed for a facility. And so that's at 800,000, and the total RAP tax balance is 1.9 million. This is the one that surprised me this year because we did not budget for this. But interest expense, we'll adjust the next budget, but they are a lot higher than they were last year.
You said interest expense, but you mean interest revenue.
Interest revenue, sorry. So when you look at interest revenue, last year at this time, we're at 312,000. This year at 1.7 million. And that's not all of the general fund. That's broken down between like mainly water, general fund, and power. They all share. We calculate it and base the interest revenue off of who's invested in those investments and that, and break it out by their total funds. So when we look at this, 2022 ended up being a low on interest, and then we just jumped right back up this year to where we were in prior years. Now we'll look at the enterprise revenue. Like I said, most of the revenues, you can see there's a little increase in all the like water went up to 8 million. Mainly that's in usage and interest, created that. Sewer is about the same. Power is going to be mainly usage. That's what's driving that, where we see that big increase. And then stormwater is actually a decrease, and that's due to a decrease in impact fees collected for that one. And then when you look at their enterprise expenses, the water increased by about $1 million, and that's due to capital projects. Sewer increased, and that's once again capital projects. The power is due to cost of power, and they did have a capital project there for $1 million. And then stormwater, we see the increase was due to capital projects. So mainly all the increases on that was capital projects or the cost of power. So in conclusion, I put about a month ago, I went to a local seminar, and they had an economic update there. And so I kind of summarized what he talked about in the economic update. That's kind of what I concluded. In that economic update, he brought up, some people say we're in a recession, we're not. There's this big debate about it. But some of the economic indicators like high inflation, construction slowdown, and rising interest rates points to recession. But the reason why some economists argue about, he talked about was the low inflation, supply chain rates. The other thing he talked about, and I know council member brought this up, but about savings, he actually said savings were higher this year than last year, which I was shocked. So I went and looked at the Federal Reserve economic data, and they actually savings are up this year. But I mean, that was a month ago. Like I said, the economy's kind of a strange situation. So, but all
probably depends on the source of information that you're looking at, because I just read what I said like 2 days ago.
Yeah, so this a month ago, but that same day, I listened to the radio and somebody brought up that credit card debt was an all-time high, and so they said, how can we have an all-time high and all-time and higher savings? And it's at that time, that's where we're at. And so the economy's kind of in this and it's in the
extremes.
It's
unsettling, right? Yeah. Unsettling. Yeah.
But the good news is what I did find in Utah, that Utah remains to be one of the fastest growing regions in this area. So a lot of people want to live in Utah. It's very remarkable right now. So do you have any questions for me regarding anything financial, economics? Well, I'm not an economic expert. I understand debits and credits.
I'll just keep my question to the finances. When we compare 2023 power revenue to 2023 power expense, we're well aware that the costs in the power market just skyrocketed last year. So that imbalance, I think we understand why. I don't recall why the sewer revenue was lower than the sewer expense. Can you help me there?
So you're looking at in 23. So the expense was 4.3 million and the revenue was 2.2.
this isn't just operating expenses. These are all the project expenses too.
There-
So sometimes those
the
will
big
get a
increase
little
there
bit.
was all capital projects.
They'll get a little bit out of whack. If we were just showing operating revenue and operating expenses, I think it would, we would always clear. Yeah.
Yeah, we're showing total everything.
Pulled a little from the reserves on that enterprise fund.
Yeah.
To do the projects.
So that will require to go into fund balance on those.
Or likely impact fees that have been saved from previous years. Yeah.
And it's so 600 was spent on capital projects and 2 million was spent on impact fees in that fund. So we're pulling 2 million out of impact fees in the sewer. I think it was probably the Long Valley project that when I looked at all that.
This is always really helpful. We appreciate these quarterly reports and all the work that goes into creating and maintaining the budget in between the reports.
Council, any final comments, questions for Brian?
Oh, and one other,
Yes.
sales tax on food is 3% for council member Coates.
I don't think he heard you. You're getting it from both ends now. All right, now
I
go
meant
ahead.
candy. Candy, if it's packaged, is 3%.
Thanks, Brian.
Hey, thank you.
Good job. We appreciate the excellent work that you do. Let's move into 13, which is report of officers from assigned committees. Will Councilman Martinson, if you'll lead off for us.
So the only one that I've been able to attend or had to attend thus far is the CEC, the Community Education Channel, and they're going through some major reform. So with the university, with all of the cities kind of doing their own thing, taking control of their own meetings, they're trying to rebrand and they're trying to figure out themselves. So sitting on the board, being the representative, the city representative, there's not a lot of input that we give other than just those meetings. And then they take their employees and discuss amongst themselves and then present at the next meeting. But there is a potentially pretty major change coming to that. So
great.
That's,
thank you, Councilman.
We've got an investment meeting tomorrow, not yesterday.
Councilman Henderson.
So Mayor, I went just recently to the Shade Tree Committee meeting, and I think the big takeaway I got from that one was they talked about how the Parks Department is having a really difficult time hiring and retaining part-time staff, which is kind of their bread and butter during the summertime. Mm-hmm. And so, I felt a little bit of concern on that, but anyway, that's about it, so.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a couple of my neighbors that have done that and then just kind of grown up and moved away, darn it.
It's a good job.
I went home and made sure my boy applied to fill that gap because he hasn't been doing enough in the summer for me. So.
Yeah, they interact with really good people and they learn a lot. I think it's a great job. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Coates.
Rick went over the power board stuff. We have investment committee tomorrow. On the solid waste, we had our meeting on Monday. We went over quite a bit of stuff on the meeting. One of the highlights of the meeting was that they actually have a scholarship program for employees out there. And so as a board, we were able to provide some scholarship money for one of the candidates. First time, they've had a policy for a while. First time ever someone's applied for it, and it's $1,000 a semester, and she has up to 2 years to every semester $1,000 for the 2 years. So that was kind of a bright thing. There was an update on the construction of the new scale house. They're waiting on Washington City Public Works for review, so I'm sure that's going to be speedy, right? Yeah. And so
Wait a minute, we don't get sales tax revenue off that. Yeah. Keep it on the bottom. Put the.
Yeah, they were pressuring me pretty hard, and I said, "Yep, it'll get through. Just get it done." But anyways, but that's interesting thing where we get to review it. But we're working through that. They're hoping to have it out to bid here shortly. I'm assuming end of I think they're more optimistic than I am. I think it'll be end of summer. They'll have it out to bid and hopefully have a contractor signed and get it started this fall.
Very much needed. It's going to be really nice. Good job on that.
So, and then the rest of it's just boring paperwork stuff, like we paid our
Next,
bills.
Councilman Ivey.
Well, everyone got to see the new youth city council. That was fun to have them here, and I'm really looking forward to get to know each of them and working with them, and Carmen and Chrislyn. So I'm excited about that.
Great. Councilwoman Kesterson, those shirts were awesome. I don't know, like I thought that was a good, like they look sharp. So I was super. So I don't know who decided that, but
I mean, what do you think for this group? Something like that, maybe?
I could go with something like that. Carmen that was Carmen, I'm sure. She did good, and I would be supportive of that. You know, you guys usually do these golf shirts and stuff. So.
well, I did have a question though, because last time I heard that they were supposed to come report to us. I never got reported to once. Is that going to happen again?
Yes, I just looked at the schedule, and there is a time on the calendar that they're going to come and present to us.
Well, I thought what I meant was I thought they were going to ask us to like help mentor a little bit.
For their equivalent positions within the.
Oh, I didn't.
We should make sure that like each council member that gets, so August 26th, they vote in their roles. We should make sure that each council member has a specific council member that they mentor with, and that we make sure that we line up all of the city positions, because it does mirror actual city government. That would be, especially where they're meeting in here. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I'll bring that.
Appreciate your work on that.
Thank you.
Sounds like fun and a lot of work.
I'm excited. Well, Ben got to experience most of it for the year before I took that over, which I'm sorry to bring that up because I know that's a sensitive subject for you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Casperson. The one thing that I have is actually an item that we'll discuss in closed session, and just a lot of really good things happening. I mean, I like each of you, I find myself busy every day just advocating for our city, and there's a lot of good things happening, and I think one of those we'll discuss in closed session. Let's move to item 14, city manager report.
I don't have a big report. I'm going to make one comment. You've heard enough comments from me tonight, but my comment is just for this group. I think what we did tonight is important. This is part of the process, and I love the fact that the staff brings things and the council has their role, and you represent the residents, and you did that well tonight. So I appreciate that. There's no issue from our end or your end. This is how the process works, and I appreciate that we can go through that, and we keep grinding for the city. Like the mayor said, good things happening. They'll keep doing it. So
we're making so much good progress. We appreciate you, Jeremy, and then also your weekly updates by email. It's really helpful. Okay, let's move to item 15. We do need to go to closed session for purchase, exchange, or lease of property, and for pending or potential litigation. We'll need to do a roll call vote on this after a motion. Can I have a motion on that?
So moved.
Motion by Henderson.
Second.
Second by Martinson. Roll call. Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Ivy. And I realize I just changed the order again at the very end. Anyway. All right. All right, we will take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene in the boardroom for closed session.